You already know we're back with even more Fortnite action for all of you at home. I'm your host, Life with Panda. Alongside me is somebody's gun. If you got to see any of the action yesterday, well, that was a treat. We got more of that here coming today. But before we get into it, we got to break down what we're going to be doing here for the day and shout out VESL GG. Without them, this would not be possible. So a huge shout out to VESL for bringing this event to the people of North Carolina. That's right. If you're a North Carolina high school student, you have the opportunity to compete in incredible events across the season, including Fortnite. So make sure, go get signed up, VESL.gg. But, my man, SBG, we got a new format today. You want to talk about it a little bit?
Yeah, what are we doing?
So, what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be playing two groups across several hours of Fortnite for the day. So, for the next few hours, you have Group 1, and then after that will be Group 2. Now, throughout this, they will culminate their points from yesterday and today, and then the best of the best will then compete tomorrow in the finals. So, if you're one of those teams that might be on the edge, it might be the day to start picking it up. But from what I hear and what we saw yesterday, one group is a little stronger than the rest. And I'm talking Group 1, not Group 2. Yes, Cam was in there and put on a masterclass, a back-to-back win, mind you, with the second win being off-stream. But Group 1 had a really stacked group of duos who were high elim, high aggression, focused, nonstop duos. Do you think they could actually cause a problem for Cam going into what will inevitably be their final day tomorrow?
In a game or two, yes. Long term, over 6 games, no.
You know, the Cam fan club is here, folks, between SPG and myself. I can't lie. No, Cam is a very talented player, but we have some of the most talented players from all around North Carolina. So there's no limit to this. We're going to see incredible Fortnite action. But before we get into today's games, we have to go to a quick break. Make sure to get them into the battle bus and then get you all started. So don't go anywhere. Grab your popcorn, drinks, and get ready for an incredible ride. We'll see you soon. Beep, beep. The battle bus is loaded and ready to go, and we are excited. Game number 1 on the day starts right now. SBG,
Yes, sir.
we have just been informed off camera on the break that Cam has actually made his way into Group 1.
Makes sense.
So
Gotta switch it up.
the most aggressive players all grouped in to one group. This is going to be an exciting one. The action is going to take place immediately. I see it, especially when we see the battle over at Grim Gates. This thing is now going to be heavily contested by some of the best and brightest players. Because remember,
You think so?
Group 1 yesterday, think about it. They had 2 teams fighting it, but one team was very aggressive and was more successful in that fight. Now take Cam and his duo, put him over there. What do you think's about to happen?
Everyone's gonna leave knowing Cam's coming.
Maybe they don't know he's coming yet. Well,
Yes, that's true. We'll find out here shortly.
yeah, we're about to find out here as we get into game number 1. Let's send it over to the island and, of course, to the battle bus. There it is. Void and Zexies, one of those super aggressive teams from round 1 yesterday, making their way back here on day number 2. They're definitely a top contender to make their way into the finals for the final day. So we'll be watching them very, very closely. But it looks like they may have quite a few players heading in their direction. Now, looking at what's going on here, it looks like Taki and Lafika going to go ahead and get some things set up. You see, great heals, great start here for this duo. This is going to be another one that we have to watch closely. Lots of action going to be taking place here from Taki and Lafika. And Taki is one of your top picks here, SBG.
Yeah, I mean, I would say he's just generally one of the top players that are going to be playing. Had some conversations allegedly in the Discord saying he might be better than Cam, so he'll get an opportunity to prove that here today, which will be awesome. Him and Lafika showed out there in our first round of yesterday. In case you guys didn't watch, we played 3 separate rounds. Now we've condensed them into 2. So a lot of the top players staying in. It should only mean we get better games today. And a lot of these players are going to be super aggressive, continuing to get active, as we already start to see some elims that pop off there in the feed.
Yeah, great start here from Walk and Co. You know, look, an elimination is an elimination, especially in the first few minutes of the game. So that's going to be a few points on the board for them. Remember, 2 points per elimination in this format. It is the standard duo cash cup format. For the players at home that may be wondering how this is going to work, placement obviously is going to be a big key as well. But if you're an aggressive team, you know how to get those eliminations and you know how to fight for it. You might want to combo that with some of those elims like we saw from Cam and Co. yesterday. But speaking of Cam, that's definitely going to be one team we got to tune in with here soon, because a lot of action going on towards Grimgate. Wait, I'm getting word that he's been moved again out of this lobby. You know, listen, they were a little too worried about putting the best against each other too early. They want to save that action for tomorrow in the finals.
I'm here for it. It's always fun to save all the fun for the Sunday finals when everyone gets to go against one another. And in case anyone's wondering, the scoring format, it's 65 points for a victory royale or that win. And then you get 2 points per elimination. Placing starts at 25th. So pretty much as soon as you get into the game, you'll start to get some trickle-in points. But a lot of those you're really going to get in the top 10. And then most of them come within the top 4, top 5 or so. So you want those high placements if you want to perform at the highest level. And we've seen there's a couple of teams that are going to be able to win back-to-back yesterday. Now can that continue in these lobbies? There's some teams, we saw Void and Zexies, and then also Taki and Lafika. They were 2 of our top teams that we were able to watch yesterday. And
Literally first and second from yesterday.
They'll go back and forth, and hopefully we get to see them sooner rather than later.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting, right? So Taki Lafika, they win game number 2. But because of the consistency from Void and Zexies, they stayed on the top spot without a win, mind you, but they came in second place twice. And it wasn't just a second place finish for them. No, it was second place with tons of eliminations. And that's going to be the key here, especially in the qualifying rounds, is you need to balance the two. You can't focus too much on one or the other, or else you're going to make a mistake and ultimately not find yourself in that top 100 going on to tomorrow, because that's what it is, folks. It's the top 50 duos, top 100 players going to be competing in the finals lobby tomorrow. But looks like Glock here was opting to leave some of those bending abilities behind. For me, though, I've been loving the way that bending has played out in day number 1, and I hope to see more of it in day number 2.
Yeah, I think we saw it from some teams. I don't think we saw it from any of the top teams, and I don't think we'll continue to see it from those top teams. I think they're just so much more comfortable using the weapons that traditionally are used, the shotgun, AR, SMG combinations. Every once in a while, you know, maybe we'll see the air bending used, or maybe we'll see the water bending used for a spray weapon, but nonetheless, I still think there's a place for them. I just don't think the players are as comfortable using them, knowing how X or Y weapon, SMG, AR, shotgun that they're used to is normally going to be used.
Ooh, John Rick going down in the elimination feed. That was a fan favorite from yesterday. And it looks like at the hands of Z Tommy, that was our game 1 winner yesterday too. So lots of action going on from some of the top dogs on the leaderboard. And that's what you love to see. You love to see a strong competition coming from North Carolina's brightest.
Yeah, these two players all the way up here on this north side of the map. Zone's going to start to push them in. So we are seeing a fight go on right in front of them. Gladiator and Ghost have put us in some first-class seats to be able to watch this fight. They do look like they don't want to hang out for too long. Just going to see what's going on here. One team is already starting to disengage, trying to get away. Gladiator firing a couple of shots over. Nothing too crazy, though. And they're going to focus on their rotation as well. We can see Zone is going to continue to push these players to the south. Fairly central to the map for this zone pulse, so you can't really complain about this one. It's going right in the middle, right where everyone has a fair shake at it. And Ghost and Gladiator just going to do the left foot, right foot special. And it looks like Taki's getting active already here, taking down Ramadan. We saw that fight happen a couple of times yesterday. Ramadan was the team landing at Grim Gate yesterday, and now let's see, will they be able to find the second player and clean him up?
Oh, this is going to be a good fight as well. It looks like Zach FN getting into it. I mean, look, I got to applaud these players. No one seems to be afraid of taking fights. We did see a few teams yesterday that played a little bit more passive, but these teams are aggressive by nature and in a lot of ways fearless. So I got to respect it, right? Keeps the action exciting for us watching on this side.
Yeah, and I think it's a lot of prove it, right? Is you're trying to just prove you're one of the best players in the state. It's not simply just placing. It's not just winning games. You want to prove, hey, I'm a better fighter than this team, better fighter than this team, better fighter than this team, and just keep on moving through. As it looks like Taki already putting in some work trying to close the distance, but Vazi, Tally getting pretty defensive in the fight and then starting to push up. Does look like Vazi has taken the high ground here, but Taki gets in the face, able to get this elim. That's one quick one. Now Vazi's going to have to figure this out himself. Shot comes through. Not going to be enough to be able to escape that one there for Vazi. That's a quick 2 for Taki and Lafika.
You love to see it. The boys showing up. The big shout from SPG to start the day, and they have lived up to the hype, but another team living up to it. You already know it's Void, it's Xyz, and Xyz going right in. It does look like that player's going to be able to disengage. The shockwaves saving them for another day, but that doesn't mean they are safe, because you know as well as I do, SPG, when Void and Xyz are on the case, they're not going to let up.
And you guys may be wondering, how do I know Taki's any good? Well, one, I watched him yesterday. And two, there was a LAN event like 4 or 5 years ago. It was pre-COVID in North Carolina. And this kid named Taki just absolutely dominated it. And everyone's like, who is this kid? And this is that that Taki kid now. No longer just a kid. He's a young man in high school and showing out once again, looking to prove himself. Ducky and Martinez. Looks like Martinez is down, so Ducky is on his own. Looking to get his teammate back, but he's going to be getting jumped on. That's a whole duo jumping on his head, and unfortunately for Ducky, that's going to be the end of his game. That's Lafika cleaning him up, and those two have picked up another one.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised here. 3 on the board for this duo, and it's not going to slow down anytime soon, if we're being honest. This is going to be a tough lobby for some, especially the ones that we spoke about just moments ago, the passive ones of the lobby, because let's be honest, you can't hide for long.
Definitely not. There's only so much space to play in, and then if you're one of these teams that play from a position where you're getting a medallion while everyone can see it, looks like Gladiator's going to choose to get on out of here. He does not want to get involved in that fight. Unfortunately, costing his teammate. Ghost gets taken out there, and now he's going to have to look to play for that reboot card later on. Pigeon's trying to figure this out now himself, coming from that same area of the map. A lot of these players just going to rotate on through past one another. But we do have a lot of movement, so traditionally there aren't vehicles, but we do have vehicles today. And it's going to help these players be able to move around that much faster. As looks like we're about to see another reload.
Yeah, it's nice to see a change of pace when it comes to these competitive events, right? We have the typical competitive lobbies, which are restricted by a lot, whereas like these lobbies here are played in the public domain, which is that general lobby that everyone plays in when you play Fortnite. So because of that, all the items are available and at hand for these players to use, and there are no restrictions. So it's a bit of a different experience from the traditional competitive play we are used to, which can be a nice break from the mundane viewing experience of what we always have.
It gives a little bit of flair.
Spice.
Now we see Taki and Lafika, though, just continuing their box fight prowess, taking walls by walls. They've now split these two teammates, getting some more shots on, and this fight's slowing down, taking some time, but nonetheless, these players are getting a good bit of damage down. Looks like there comes a dash through. Not the play that was hoped for, but the play that happened. Now Taki going in, cleaning this one up. That's 2. Lafika got his. They win their 1s, and that's 2 more for that duo.
Beautifully executed there for them, and Void and Xexy's now on the hunt yet again. They just do not stop, SBG. This team honestly is special, and I'm gonna say it now, is one that truly can rival Cam.
Yeah, I think in the course of 6 games, they should be one of our top 10 teams. We'll see based on drop spot, mid-game fights, all that stuff. We can go into that tomorrow. Right now, it's a little bit different. We got Stick Dog and Tommy are awake. Up and moving. They're chilling. Now we're going back over to Taki. Looks like they're not done yet. We just saw Void and Xexys get some. Now it's up to Taki. And it's no longer up to him. They've quickly taken out another team, and this is the theme. I think Cam set a very high bar. What was it, 33 eliminations? And I have a feeling some of these teams have decided that is the bar that they're looking to hit or break again today.
You know what? I'm gonna put a little friendly wager out there.
Okay.
I got $20 in V-Bucks if anybody can beat Cam and Ankle's 33 elimination game. That has to be a different team. It can't be Cam doing it again. So any team out there that makes that happen and we see it in one game, has to be more than 33 eliminations. You got some V-Bucks coming your way. And that's just one of many V-Bucks, or one of the V-Buck giveaways we'll be doing today, or doing this weekend rather, because we have some V-Bucks locked and loaded to give to you all, the community watching at home.
Well, that's awesome. Maybe I need to go home, start watching, get some of those V-Bucks.
Listen, just load it up on the side and like, hey, listen,
All right.
I'm here too.
Don't listen to me. Hi, chat. What is stream?
What is... Quay, though, going to lose his teammate in Sirius Lake. This is a tough spot to be in. Not surprised, though, with how split they were. You saw that other team come in and able to take Sirius Lake out fairly quickly. And, of course, it is. Do you see who it is?
I do.
It's Taki and Lafika. They really are on a different level today. Adding another one to the books, and immediately a team in the distance is now a new target for Taki and Lafika. And oh no, unfortunately for Clappy and Co, it looks like this could be a potential end to their game one. Wait, how do they know? They must have had a visual indicator, and that has caused Taki to yet again target a new player.
Yeah, and this player's one shot. Poor guy's one hit away. Down he goes. His teammate's gonna escape. He thought he was gonna be down by himself, but I mean, they saw the two players there, so you weren't going anywhere. All you had to do is run away with your teammate. I don't get why you wouldn't, but I guess it helps your teammate at least stay alive.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess like in his mind, it was like a distraction, right? Hey, you go run, right? And I'll sit here. They won't know I'm here, and they'll just focus you. But unfortunately, probably moved, because all it takes is one little footstep to the left or right, and the visual indicator just pops off, and now Taki and Lafika know exactly where you are. But speaking of an unfortunate scenario, it's Ramadan and Timba. They have just been focused left, right, and center. It feels like they see the Booga skin and they just come running at them. Nevertheless, though, the fights continue on. Lafika, though, taking a lot of damage, now playing on the back foot and out of material. This is going to be a tough spot to be in.
He's got nowhere to go. Hopefully getting back to his teammate. There's a little bit of Taki action. It's like, hey, bro, you can take these. Don't use them all in one place. Now they'll wind up healing up. These two get themselves quite healthy again. It was actually X-Man and Kai coming over, getting aggressive, putting some damage back on those two. Both teams now seem like they're going to need this fight because they're running out of builds, mats, heals, all that kind of good stuff. But now we go back over. Zexi's dropping 10 by himself at this moment already. So we know who the big players are. It's going to be Zexi's Void. It's going to be Taki, Lafika. They've been the ones putting the pressure on this entire lobby.
Yeah, you got to love it. Great players here, just pushing and pushing. You know, we know great fighters, right? When we see them. Peter Pollo, phenomenal fighters, right? But that doesn't always win them championships. I'm just saying it now, folks. You can be as aggressive as you want. That doesn't always make you a champion. So while it's good in the qualifiers, we'll see how this aggression plays out in the big leagues tomorrow in finals.
Yeah, it's definitely a whole different kind of game, unfortunately, here, though, for Zach and his duo. They took a shot at Taki, and he took that personally. He's going to take a couple back. Monk goes down. Now it's up to Zach to try and stay alive. And I don't think he's going anywhere but back to the lobby at the moment here. He's going to throw down a shockwave. A couple of shots come through, but actually, Taki and Lafika haven't really been too great at understanding their economy for their material. We see they drop some mats, though. They'll be able to get back again. But they need a really big refresh in order to properly put themselves in a position where they're comfortable.
Well, I mean, let's be honest here, SPG. They've been pushing everybody and not only using their materials, but they're forcing the teams to use all of their mats to try and survive. And on top of that, it's been such an aggressive game. I don't think any team has really just had the time to mat up and not get targeted by one team or another, because this action truly has been nonstop, start to finish. And that's typically what happens in lobbies like this when you do have those more aggressive teams.
Yeah, unless you're just like chilling in zone, there's nowhere to go. You're going to wind up running into one of these teams, and Taki is going to be able to close that out with the help of Lafika. They take out Stick Dog, so unlikely Stick Dog and Tommy going to be able to win game number 1 here today. Nice little shot there by Timba. Going to try and get his teammate back up, but Zone's going to force him to say no. He's got plenty of heals, so he'll be able to make it. Even though it will be without his teammate, there is a chance. He is going to go back, try and pop. Oh, nope, thought about it. Decided not to, though. They're going back to zone. That's what I thought. I don't think you have enough HP in order to be able to get that reboot off.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not going to be enough, especially with how much the storm is damaging at this point. It's definitely going to be, it would have been a tough call for sure. So, smart on them. Now they're just going to make their way in, and Taki Lafika finding a new target here. Shockingly enough, another ending here towards that Grim Gate area, which you love to see, because with that green water, it just levels the playing field when it comes to mobility.
It makes it really interesting here too, is you get some escapes, you get some chases. It's almost like those epic car chases you see in movies. Just left foot, right foot with these dashes going on, as well as Taki Lafika putting the pressure on. We do see Xerxes is in the area. We got Bad Game, Carry, Zach. There's a bunch of players here. Everyone trying to get a feel for their space, understand what's going on, and while they're getting an understanding, Taki and Lafika are just going to look to push, get aggressive. And as I say that, they actually make the decision, no, let's just rotate on out. That's the most important thing that we could do.
Good play on their part as they continue to survive in this one. Void there just ahead. This would be a battle we want to see here, folks. It's the two most aggressive teams in the lobby, potentially going head to head.
It looks like Void might be by himself at the moment. I did not see Xerxes anywhere, so he's going to have to play that by himself, as Void luckily gets out of the target of this duo. Taki Lafika go for somebody else. He goes down. They're up to 15 on the day, and they're looking poised to take this match.
Yeah, it's a good spot for them to be in here for now, as we could potentially see the biggest clash in the lobby, i.e. Void's duo versus Taki's duo. Two teams who continually show up in spectacular fashion, getting 10+ elimination games. And while we think Taki and Lafika are set up for success, we have seen moments where they show some weakness and ultimately can have that weakness exploited by another team. So make sure you're on your toes here, folks. Anything can happen in the next few moments.
All right, okay. He's trying to stay alive. He's getting pressured from a couple different situations. He winds up going down. That's Xerxes that's able to take him out. And it does look like both of them are alive. So Xerxes and Void able to get back together. Must have just been a temporary moment where those two weren't able to play together. Now Void looking to get up this hill, as everyone else will be forced to do the same. This will be huge by Void and Xerxes being the first one up this hill and now getting a gatekeep.
This is actually what you want to see here. This is how you win the game. And to be honest, Void and Xerxes have been phenomenal fighters, and they've played in-game pretty well. But the one thing they haven't been able to do is close out a win. And this could be the first game where they convert that into their favor. So we could see the first win of the weekend for Void and Xerxes in this one. They just got to play it smart, play it together, and do not make any mistakes. But, here it is. We knew this fight was bound to happen. It is Lafika and Taki targeting Void and Co.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to slow this down, try and play for the win. Void and Xerxes have, though, found another two down below. That's X-Man getting taken out. Taki's able to snag one while we're just hanging out here with Lafika. Lafika takes some decent damage. Going to be able to get that. Actually, Taki takes out two. So they're up to 18 now on the day. Gonna throw that shockwave down, try and hit a rotate. Oh my goodness, winds up in somebody's box. He hits a shot. Didn't even know how he saw that, but nonetheless, still alive, still all right. And he might wind up accidentally getting that Elam.
That could be huge, especially for that moment. But Taki continues to move. Looks like he's gonna find a nice little refresh here. Oh my gosh, he gives his teammate some Flowberry Fizz, right? Shares with the team, and of course immediately finds two more. What is that luck?
It's karma. You give good, you get good. Now it does look like Pigeon being able to hold his high ground for the moment just absolutely got beamed though, so I doubt he'll be able to lock this down for too much longer by himself. Once somebody realizes he's all alone, And it is going to be Xerxes and Void. One of the first teams start looking up, putting pressure on that high ground team. Void goes up. They have it. Lafika is the one that takes out Pigeon. So now it's Tommy, it's Xerxes and Void, it's Lafika and Taki in our final moments of this match.
Here it is from the high ground. Xerxes looking down, needs to apply pressure on these teams. You cannot let up on Lafika and his teammate in Taki, but the focus actually ends up being on the solo. Interesting enough, you'd think work with the solo, try to take out the other duo, but no, that's not going to be the case as Taki now pushes forward, tries to make a play onto the solo, but high ground just doesn't let him do it. Tons of pressure coming from above, causing Taki to take a lot of damage, but fortunately for that Flowberry Fizz, he's right back into the game, but Void is not slowing down. No. He continues to go, building up for the high ground. Now looking down, Lafika has rotated ahead, but Taki actually went for a play, and it results in Xerxes going down. Taki goes down as well, but no, not before Void and his duo are done. So it's now a 1v1 to finish off the game. Lafika versus Tommy.
Lafika's on the high ground. He holds the position here. All he's got to do is hit a couple of shots here on Tommy. There's one, followed up with the second one. You win the game. There it is. Lafika takes it. That's a 22 elim win for those two, and that's a great way to start the day.
That is back-to-back wins, SVG, for this team. But are we surprised? Let's be honest here. We watched them yesterday, and they are a winning team for sure. So shout out Taki and Lafika. Incredible finish there in game number 1 on the day. Of course, their 3rd game in the competition. But remember, we got 3 more games to go here for them because there's going to be 4 games per lobby group that are playing today. So remember, there's 2 lobby groups, 4 games each, and we'll get all that coverage for you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back, and we'll get the 2nd game underway. The wait is over and we're back into the Fortnite action. Game 2 is here. The battle bus is loaded and it's time for us to dive into this next one. And we have gotten word that Cam and Co have made it into game number 2. And not only have they made it into game number 2 on the day, they are doing it with only one game played. Yes, that's right, SPG. They said they're going to challenge themselves to one game to qual for it all. Will Cam be able to do it? That's the question. But let's get into the game. Let's go ahead and get a little overview of where people are landing. We already know he's most likely going to that Grim Gate area, but we'll have to see how it plays out for him.
Yeah, imagine they go down off spawn, then they'll have to play another one.
Oh, dude, that'd be tough.
Uh-oh. Play 2 games in a day.
It's a lot of Fortnite.
Yeah, I think he'll figure it out. They are conned over at Grim Gate, and doesn't look like he's going to be high enough to get that God chest off the rip. So him and Ankle's going to have to play this slightly differently. Cam's used to doing this, though. Doesn't typically con that God chest up top based on what I've seen from him. Prefers this little area here, gets some shield, there's some barrels. He gets his own God chest. And it's a good spot, too.
Yeah, this will definitely be a fight here ensuing in just a few moments, and Grimgate is no easy feat to take. So I'll be curious to see how this team does. But looks like the action is taking place all across the map. Lots of stuff going on early, but now it looks like somebody was hunting Ankles, and Cam said, "No, no, no! Get into this fight. Let's make something happen."
That's good assist there from the teammate. Cam needs to be careful, though. He's all by himself. Look like Ankle's doing his own work. Actually going to take out both King Vamp and Timba. Both those players going down.
Hey, King Vamp, do you know who Cam is? Yeah, he's the guy that took you out, buddy.
Looks like Zexies and Void were contested as well. They're able to clean that one up, so these two not going to have any issues off spawn. Be able to get themselves their normal loot. Rotate on out and get aggressive just like they were last game.
Yeah, I'm not surprised here. It does look like I am a little surprised that Zexy has taken quite a bit of damage here early on, but I don't think that's going to slow them down. Of course, this team has been an unstoppable force when it comes to making it to the end game. It's usually they have a top 3 finish at least every single time. I think it's 2 second places, 1 third place here so far in their 3 games played. So I doubt that's going to be any different here, especially for all of you at home. A little update: Taki Lafika, they have guaranteed qualified and have decided that they don't want to overplay. They want to save their energy for tomorrow. So they have backed out for the remainder of the games because they are that far ahead, folks. So I can't wait to see them pick up the sticks yet again tomorrow and get back into the games. But for now, we got to talk about Sigma Rizzler and Plasma Tax. This team has struggled quite a bit. We have seen Mr. Rizzler himself go down a few times and leave it up to Plasma to try and clutch up and make something happen. And it looks like it's going to be a reverse situation as Plasma is out of this one and Sigma is now on the back foot.
Yeah, Rizzler not doing the best to help his teammate there. It looks like Plasma was in an engagement. Rizzler just decided, all right, well, I'm going to get out. You do you, bro. I'll figure it out. So now Rizzler disengages, fully pushing himself out. And he's going to be able to get away from this team. Maybe a tag or 2, nothing crazy that you would have to worry about. Now it's all about, can he go back, get that card to bring his teammate back into the game?
It's a good question. Can he get back over there? I mean, he has the mobility to do it, but it's still a high risk. That other team, if they're still over there and you get taken out, that's just another game down and out here, folks. So that's the last risk you want to take. But Curvos and Little Crank, this is a team that we saw some success from yesterday, but today going down in the mid game in the game number 1. But looks like they're doing the opposite in this one. They're taking one out early, now going for 2.
Yeah, nice little double beam there by the 2. Now going to close this distance here. Using that fizz effect, trying to get in between the opponent and where they want to go. Looks like that enemy is going to be able to get over about to where that launch pad is, using the shockwaves. And Curvo's Little Crank going to say, all right, dude, if you want to run that far, we're good. I don't need to chase you. And Now it looks like Cam and Ankles already moving on to the underworld, trying to make another play here. They've picked up one more elim since we last tuned in with them. Now trying to find another.
Good catch there from Cam. Finds some nice heals, uses them quickly, and then gets back into the fold as he does have that medallion in hand. And you see that, of course, that mythic shotgun that comes alongside it. It's going to be a good sign for them. They've won pretty much everything here. Now, do not be alarmed here, folks. This is not the actual Peterbot. This is just a fan alongside his teammate Aris taking a fight here in the Brawlers Battleground.
Yeah, I think if it was the real Peterbot, we'd be seeing some massive games coming out of these two. Not necessarily showing it to us just yet, but hey, maybe just chilling, waiting for that proper opportunity to pop off. And right now, it could be it. Who knows? They are in Brawlers Battleground, already able to win a fight off spawn for this POI. And now they have to focus on this rotate, put themselves in a position where don't really have to worry about anything going on in front of them.
See, though, lots of action happened, lots of stories told, and now we get into more stories told as SF Martinez and OG Ducky find themselves out here at the hands of Extended.
Solid name. I always love the creativity of players' names getting a little different. Not how you would expect to spell Extended, but you know, we get to figure it out what it is. Favorite name so far of any of the players we've seen?
Ooh, I think it's Kyle.
Kyle?
FN. It's creative.
Is there even a Kyle FN?
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember? We called him John FN yesterday?
Wasn't that Will?
No.
Or Zach?
Oh, you know what? Maybe it's Zach FN. All right, I was joking, guys. It's not actually the most creative name, if you can't tell. But Void is a decent name. Xerxes is a decent name. And they're a decent team. Putting up 4 eliminations in the first zone, now into the second one. I'm not surprised by this result. But this is a team I want to see go up head-to-head against Cam, because we haven't seen them fight yet because they've been in different lobbies until now.
Yeah, we haven't seen them be able to go back and forth. We'll probably have to wait until later on in these games because those two weren't necessarily anywhere near each other. Now it looks like Tommy and Stick Dog, they've seen enough of everyone else getting aggressive, and they want to be the ones to go ahead and put the fight on. Tommy takes the high ground, trying to figure out where the opponents are. Ooh, nice little pre-fire there from his opponent. Not a ton of damage dealt out. Stick Dog and Tommy just chilling, though.
You know, I think we've given a lot of respect to some of these teams, but we got to give respect to Tommy and Stick Dog. They had a second-place finish in the last game. They had won game number 1 yesterday. I mean, this team definitely has what it takes to find themselves in the final, so they're definitely going to be fighting for that here today. And with 4 eliminations on the board, they're looking to add 2 more. Big shot taken, though, as Tommy now has to play on the back foot, getting away from this other player, hopefully to survive for a few moments longer. Stick Dog now applying some pressure, putting the damage down, forcing the other player down to the ground, and that's the moment. That's the sign. They said, you know what, let's get in it. But as they do, Stick Dog takes some damage.
Some good team play back and forth. Tommy's able to take out big game. Or bad game. Wow, struggling there. Stick Dog gonna have some time to heal up here. Now Tommy needs to find the same. Can they find carry here? Almost a little foot shot. Not going to be that fast. And Stick Dog trying to slow this down to be able to get some heals off. Let his teammate come and help him. We do see carry there. Unfortunately, going to get caught between the two. That's going to be the end of that fight. That's 2 more for Stick Dog and Tommy.
And good eliminations there for them. I mean, look at the chaos from that fight. I'm not surprised. It definitely was a bit of a winded fight for them, and I know Stick Dog was probably hoping that ended sooner, but still a good fight nonetheless. Now though, Vazi, Tali, another team that we found pretty aggressive in day number 1, now finding that aggression yet again in day number 2. It looks like, unfortunately, this team might be the victim of that. And of course, Quay is down. It does say Quay is the best, but unfortunately in that fight, just wasn't good enough.
Looks like Vazi and Co are going to run into another duo real quick. Xerxes. Everyone's starting to walk over, trying to figure out what's going on. Got a bunch of our top teams walking into this fight. And you asked for it, Panda. You wanted to see these teams fight earlier. It's Tally down below, but it's going to be Cam and Xerxes going at it up above.
Oh, this is a good one. You saw Cam there on the low ground. That was the one that did all that damage to Tally. Tally now forced to play on the back foot, just trying to survive here, holding it down with his teammate. Can he hold the walls? Can he keep things going? Another player, though, applying pressure. I could be Void's team now getting into the fold. Remember, there are 3 teams that were involved in this fight moments ago, and looks like Cam still there, still present, and still looking to get these limbs.
Just trying to trade shots here. Not sure that that's the best strategy, but that's the one they choose to employ. Do get some big damage there on the Cam. Not sure they're going to follow up on it. Just kind of spraying from the inside their box. Willing to trade. We're waiting on ankles, though. What are you going to do to help your teammate in this fight? He's going right in, actually. Big shot there onto Tally. I'm asking what he's doing. Well, he's doing everything, putting the damage on. And looks like he's now trying to close this gap. We do see Void has fully left this fight. He actually takes out the Peter bot that's in this lobby. Ankles winds up taking a big piece of damage. He's going to have to slow this down. But now Cam's healthy, looking to get involved. And the 2 teammates are together. Cam says, hold on. We own none of this. Let's get out of here. I want to be way more careful.
Smart plays there from them. They go for the shockwave play. It doesn't quite get them into the box like they were hoping for, which actually caused ankles to go down. Cam needs to pick it up, and he does. 1 down. Can he get the second one? The play goes into the box, tries to find him, goes for the pickaxe, and takes Vazi out. Cam with the disrespect in zone 4.
Sometimes that's all you got. Looks like he was out of shotgun shots. SMG was running low on ammo. He said, I know this player's weak, or at least he thinks he's weak. 1 HP, throw a little pickaxe down, let him know.
I mean, you know as well as I do, too. If somebody's trying to pickaxe you, that adds an extra layer of nerves that's like, nah, man, I can't let this happen.
Oh, pure panic.
Exactly. Just like we saw there from Carlos, unfortunately, at the hands of John, Rick, and Ayaz. We did see them go down a little early in the last game, so it's good to see them picking up the pace here in game number 2. Remember, folks, there's going to be 2 rounds played today, 4 games apiece, and this is the second game in round number 1. So stay tuned as the action continues to pick up. And Zach here, not Kyle.
This is your favorite player?
This is favorite name.
Player?
Favorite name.
Favorite player name.
Favorite player name.
Now Zach and Monk just doing their rotating. This is typically what a mid-game will look like if we're not just going to follow every fight. We're trying to show you guys all the action that's going on here, but sometimes you got to enjoy the like periodical parts of Fortnite where people take slower rotates, put themselves in the right position. Void getting in a position, though, to try and take a shot there at Monk, and looks like they've decided that's not the team that they want to allow to shoot at them. And Xerxes, Void going to start cranking up, trying to get above this hill. Got to stop calling him Xerxes. It's like the guy from 300. Prince of, or the King of Persia, Xerxes.
Good call. But Zach now on the low ground, struggling. The nerves are high there for him. You saw him missing some of those crucial edits to get out of that box, and unfortunately is going to go down to the hands of Void. Now Xerxes left by themselves. Can they get into the box? Oh, sure enough, they can. Will Monk be taken out? Does look like he's got a few dashes remaining, but can it be enough for him to escape? Xerxes says no and gets on the other side of the box, and it is all but over.
These two can clean up a fight really quick. not only are they able to win these fights, but once they get one opponent all singled out by himself, they do a great job of taking 2 angles. Xerxes closing out the escape route with the piece control, and then the 2 teammates just spraying in, making sure, boom, all right, you got nowhere to go, fight us, or you're, I don't know. There's no choice. There's no or there. It's just fight us.
You know, I like that. Fight it or lose or give up, basically. There's really no other option.
True.
And fortunately for a lot of these fighters in the lobby, they've had some good action and honestly good warm-up practice for tomorrow, in my opinion, especially for players like the likes of Ankles and Cam, who, remember, their goal is to play only 1 game in this one that we are watching right now to solidify a spot onto the finals.
Yeah, they're going a little slower. Some of the fights that they've gotten in lasted a little longer. Now, Alcohol and Daryl in a little bit of engagement here. Alcohol trying to get that high ground back. He's cranking up. If he's able to get the cone off, that's going to help big time. But as soon as we say that, there's another team looking to get involved here. And this is the one I was just talking about, going a little more slowly. Cam does hit the cone, hits the shot, and that's going to be a player that's getting sent back to the lobby. Him and Ankles up together up top, and looks like Alonzo's going to decide that's not for me, but I don't think it matters because now you're getting chased by a team with the dash coin.
There it is. Cam has awakened, folks, and man, what a fight for him to unleash the beast, so to speak. And it looks like it's not going to slow down now as Alonzo gets taken out. Cam now immediately looking for the next fight. His buddy Ankles says, you know what, we got something going on over here, and Cam looks to clean it up.
Ankles takes out Daryl. Cam takes out Alcohol, and both those players get sent back to the lobby. And after a slow start, these two have appeared to be able to pick it up. Still got 20 players left remaining, and I'm sure they're setting their sights on all of them that don't include each other. What do you think, Cam? You pretty much accurately picked what they were going to finish with yesterday. What do you think they finished with today?
Ooh, so looking at the feed right now, I believe they can get another 7 eliminations. So right now I believe they had 9. So I'm going to say they're going to finish right around between 16 and 18.
Okay.
What about you?
Yeah, I'd say that's they're at 9. I'll go the under on that. I think probably 15.
Okay.
I just think we're seeing Tommy and Stick Dog be really aggressive. Xerxes, not Xerxes, being aggressive as well. So I think a lot of these teams are going to wind up disappearing before there's even an opportunity to get the elims on them.
Fair enough. Ours, though, applying pressure down below. It is John Rick that he is fighting, and Aris is the stronger of the two on the team. That's the first time we've ever said Peterbot is not the strongest on a team. But Aris now disengaging, could be saving himself for another moment. Remember, placement points are super valuable in this format, and to qualify to the finals, if you play every game, good placement can get you there. So smart play on them to just disengage and let things happen. But Void now fighting it out here as expected. Wait, this is it? You saw it. Cam just on the other side there. Cam now potentially targeting Void. You see Cam on the high ground, now applying pressure from above. Void just trying to survive here and disengage. I think he knows what outfit Cam is using, saw him and said, nah, I'm out.
Yeah, you've seen that enough. Typically, Cam rocks like this one or the Laura Croft skin. Laura Croft skin is just like a very common controller one. I don't know why. It's just like the controller skin. And now it looks like this is perfectly played by these two. Cam, Ankles, beautiful pinch. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Teamwork from both those players. Ankles draws the attention with the spray and the pressure from up front. Cam finds an angle on the backside, takes an opening, absolutely obliterates one player, and then they both pinch that last one for what's as easy as a free elim.
Yeah, definitely is something here for the teams. Now, though, Sigma Rizzler using the airbending abilities to get in. Wait, they've survived. Remember, Plasma went out in the beginning of this game. So the fact that he stayed alive as a solo is pretty impressive. But RS now, another solo that was left in this game, down and out at the hands of Cam and Ankles.
Up to 12 here, so we're getting a shockwave right onto the player that he was looking for. We were just watching Rizzler. Now he's getting chased by another one. Cam continues to put on the pressure, jumping on the high ground, trying to decide who his next target is, because we're getting into this really close area where there's not much space. Really no room for any of these players to be able to move without getting pressured by Cam. This is a tough spot to be in, and now it looks like we're gonna be in with Xerxes. Xerxes trying to get aggressive, and now finding it's Tommy, one of the more aggressive teams we've also seen. Void takes out Tommy. Now looks like we have 2 big dogs left in the lobby, and it's not gonna be Stick Dog, which is one of them. Xerxes, though, those 2 have dropped 12 eliminations. McKellis Rogue, Carly La Gamer trying to stay alive, but that's a really difficult feat when you're running into Ankles and Cam, and shotgun blast, some SMG bullets straight to the dome, and that's going to send them back to the lobby.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough finish for them, but with so many players still remaining in this lobby, I think both of us could be wrong. We could see an even stronger finish here for the team, but Void and Xerxes looking to clean up John Rick and Ayaz. This has been 2 teams fighting it out, duking it out throughout this lobby. But unfortunately for John Rick and co, Xerxes and Void are just unstoppable.
You know, there's 3 full duos left, and I kind of just want to see them respectfully take 2v2s. And I think we're going to see that right now. Well, I don't know if I would call that respectful, but that was a fight. And now, hopefully we'll get to see, they have 18. So if they win this game, they'll have 20 eliminations. So we'll see. A final 2v2 by our top 2 duos in this lobby. Cam jumps right in. He goes down. Gets a lot of damage there on the Void, but takes more himself, and he's knocked. Now it's up to Ankles to make something happen.
This is a rough situation here for Ankles. It's the 2v1. Void and Xerxes have ran from them up until this point, but now it is all up to them. Ankles playing so well as a solo, but unfortunately not able to clutch it up as Xerxes and Void win their first game of the competition.
Hey, they were due for one. Taking out the big dogs, too. We didn't know whether or not Cam and Ankles were going to be able to clutch that. Still dropping a high elim game, but not getting that victory royale. We were talking about that might be the only one they decide to play today. Nonetheless, 18 eliminations, 2nd place. But let's talk about Void. Let's talk about Xerxes, not Xerxes, having a great day.
You know what? Look, they were bound for it, right? They needed the win. They'd been getting a lot of 2nd place finishes. So congrats to both Void and Xerxes claiming that win with tons of eliminations on top of that. But I got to say, listen, 2nd place, Cam, Ankles, called it. 18 eliminations on the nose. Again. And it's so funny because you were like, it looks like, yep, it's going to be more because we just assumed they were going to take it. But I respect Void and Xerxes separating themselves from Cam and co until they absolutely had to. And it actually ended up working out in their favor because Cam, just thinking that he was confident enough that there was going to be no issues for him in that final moment, left himself fully exposed for them to just spray him out of the sky and drop him down.
Hey, sometimes it happens. When everybody else in the lobby just seems to crumble in front of you, you kind of just expect the next team to do that. So a little bit of overconfidence, but I don't think he's going to be upset with 18 eliminations in a 2nd place.
I don't think so either, but we'll get into game number 3 here shortly. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to a quick break, but once we return, we'll get you into that game 3 and get you right back into the Fortnite action. It's time, folks. We are ready for game number 3. The battle bus is loaded and dropping players on the map as we speak. So let's get straight into the action. It's time to check out what these teams are going to be doing here in game number 3. And we got roasted a little bit yesterday, Mr. SPG, when we were talking about llama sounds.
Did we?
Yeah, a person in the chat is, how do these casters not know what a llama sounds like?
I made the llama sound. Did they not hear it yesterday?
No, maybe. But was that really a llama sound?
No, it was my attempt at it. Just because I'm not good at making sounds doesn't mean I don't know what a llama sounds like.
I know, but listen, L casters for not knowing the llama sound. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I could pretend to make some other sound too, and it just won't go well.
Oh. This is a bad look for the game 2 winner in Void and Xerxes as they're taking a lot of damage. Now getting focused by the player that was able to get the weapons, but Void knows how to turn it around if he just plays this one correctly. Wow, wait, that was Ramadan giving up that advantage in the fight, not able to find them. Now Void and Xerxes live another day.
Yeah, we'll see how this works out. Looks like Void's totally trying to get out of this area. Trying to challenge for that POI, that drop spot. Doesn't happen just yet, but we'll see if these guys are able to lock it down. We've seen them grab the POI and the medallion several different times. We'll see if they're able to continue that success. Hasn't gone super well for them today, but really, we've seen, and we've just talked about for about 25 minutes, that you can do it in one game. That's really all that's required. So hopefully those guys can step it up here in game number 3.
Yeah, good plays here all around for a lot of these teams. Playing throughout the day has been no easy feat, especially last game at the hands of Cam and Ankles, but it doesn't look like they have come back for this one as anticipated. They were only going to play one game to guarantee that qual, and now the lobby is free for a moment to potentially get some points on the board.
Yeah, I don't know. Xerxes and Void still exist.
But they took a lot of damage off the rip, so they are definitely going to have a slower start at least.
Yeah, but there's plenty of that area in the green water that you could just run around, grab some loot. But it looks like Peterbot's going to go down there to Dandy. Aris trying to make a play. He's only got the little damage he could put out with that pistol. And Glock and Dandy going to take that one and put those two back to the lobby. Interesting to see. That Peterbot team landed somewhere completely different last game. So just switching it up game to game.
Yeah, definitely an interesting swap up here for the team. Looks like same thing applied. Remember, Xerxes and Void did not land at Grim Gate. Now they find themselves back over here with the medallion on the map, though. I think it's about time to get involved. Ramadan and them are going for it. This could be the time for Void to just jump in and clean up, but you see him going for the sneak play. Looking to get behind Ramadan and co. Can they catch King Vam off guard here? That's the question, as it looks like they may be slipping away.
Seems like they've spotted a player somewhere, trying to figure out where that player is. Ramadan just cranking up. Now it looks like we'll get the full engagement. Both teams have their ammunition, their weapons to go head to head. Xerxes and Void able to take the high ground here, take the start of the fight. Just because you have height doesn't really mean much at the moment. Now we're going to go into that classic box fight. Although it could get kind of weird with the dashes and the coins.
Yeah, it definitely could. Void, though, doing a good job of maintaining enough distance and getting the damage necessary to force this team on the back foot. And just instead of running away, though, I got to give them props. King Vamp and them are staying in fighting. However, this fight is not necessarily going in their favor quite yet. But as I say that, immediately Ramadan gets taken out. That's going to leave King Vamp by himself, and he was the one with the coin. So unfortunate here for Void and Xerxes, as they're probably going to miss out on getting that medallion for now.
Yeah, it looks like we can see the medallion is on the map. So it was either dropped or not yet taken out. I don't think they've taken the boss out yet, so
Ooh, that could have been it. Yeah.
they're going to try and search for this player. He's not around here. dude's fully gone. But nonetheless, he's... Oh, no. They did get it, and then he dropped it.
He dropped it to avoid the engagement. I guess, you know what? Listen, props there, because it's going to keep King Vamp in this game for a little bit longer, but...
Didn't we see him do that yesterday?
I don't believe it was King Vamp. I think it was somebody else. But yes, similar thought process of drop the medallion and hope that the team no longer hunts for you because they have the true prize in that fight.
Now another fight going on for another medallion. We really haven't seen Mount Olympus much at all this tournament. Kurako taking some shots. Nothing really connecting there, though. They're trying to figure out what's going on. He's going to drop down to assist his teammate, throw down some splashes, get him healthy. Now this fight continues in the stalled position. This fight was a card being neutral, but now we're going to hit the gas. Ludico runs into a wall. Now he's going to have to hit the brakes, and now it's like Kurako's trying to make something happen. He misses that reset, trying to escape this box. And the pressure is going to be thrown to the side. This fight goes back into the slow-mo as they jump on Ludico, and Ludico goes down.
Yeah, despite Ludico going down, Kurako is playing the fight of his life. He takes a lot of damage, but gives some right back to it. Big shot comes through, and unfortunately, Kurako now, doesn't look like he's going to be able to survive this one. Takes the banana of the gods and separates himself now, allowing him for a little bit of healing. But no, this is going to be a tough finish. I don't see a world where Kurako can make it out alive, but we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, I think the only way he does is if he pops in a cone and somehow hides, but I don't think there's enough space. Oh, he just ran past Dandy. Dandy misses him, not able to get the shot off. Now they're going to close this distance, and this should be it here. As I say that, they're not able to get this shot off. Some great movement here by Kurako, and he's almost taken out Dandy. Can Dandy stay alive and also get this elimination? I'm not sure. But Kurako, as you just said, the fight of his life, somehow staying up, staying alive, putting a constant damage, constant pressure, taking more back, and going to try and heal up for the moment.
The fact that he is hanging in as well as he is, honestly, kudos. You deserve it. Like, this 1v2 has been actually pretty impressive. Unfortunately, though, the other team is now healed up and truly back into this one. So Kurako making the best decision for them. They're just going to disengage, get out of there, and continue to fight for another moment in this one. However, Mount Olympus is no easy task in itself. So we'll see if they can continue to survive. But Pigeon now going to be healing up here in the storm. Looks like his teammate's going to be out of this one, and the team that he was fighting potentially disengaged there in the distance. It was Tommy. Tommy now still alive, waiting for Pigeon to come try and get his teammate, and immediately catches him out there trying to get some significant shots. Does connect one, not enough to push the fight further. However, Pigeon does need to do something big. They cannot afford to spend too much time here out in the storm.
Yeah, this is a good old storm fight. Pigeon throwing down that med kit a little bit early. I think he realizes it. Now going to look to disengage. Doesn't want to stay here too long without any whites, knowing he can't just chill in storm. Also going to go back to try and play for his teammates' cards so we can get the reboot. Another little storm play here from Kurako. He needs to find some heals so he can hang out in the storm. And I don't think he knows that these two players are still hanging out. And it looks like Pigeon, as much as he may have wanted to fully disengage this fight, looks like Tommy came back to get involved, and now Pigeon gonna walk on out. Using those builds smartly to keep himself out of this. And if I had to guess, that was probably his teammate's card, because you don't just go to a random build like that. And now they're going to play for this bunker. This is actually really smart here by Pigeon. Get to the bunker before his opponent. Make sure he can claim all that loot, and that should help him survive. But we're back with Kurako in this never-ending fight.
This literally has been a 5-minute fight here for these two teams, and Kurako doing everything they can to continue to survive. I imagine they've gotten their teammate's card back into this one, and it looks like Glock may go down. Oh, nope. Does have some heals here to get back into this one. Potentially Banana the Gods, one of those new additions here in the more recent weeks of Fortnite. But Caraco doing the same thing as well, healing up, finding some med kits. That is going to be huge for them. Now, just a matter of hiding. Will the cone be enough to keep Caraco alive in this one?
He's got to at least grab the cone so he could edit it, just in case something happens. They're searching for him, but I don't think they're going to be able to find him. Unless you're going through every single cone. Are able to find some heals, and now it looks like Glock and Dandy going to try and get out of here, although Dandy winds up getting taken out. So now Caraco, for as long as this has lasted, winds up winning, getting something out of it as far as the elim goes, and now needs to pop this medkit in order to survive.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge play for Caraco. And remember, Glock didn't really have too many heals to stay in this one, so unfortunately, they're not going to continue to take this fight. They were forced to just grab the card, disengage, and hope to fight another day, and that's exactly what's about to happen as Caraco definitely stacked on the heel front, looking and hunting for that potential additional elimination. Big jump there for them to connect to the other building, but they need to start moving in the zone. The focus 100% should be getting out of this storm situation.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if he's going to go for the reboot there, which is like often a good thing, but kind of a mistake. I feel like they've kind of scoured that position for all the white heals. And now if you bring a teammate back into that, now neither of you are going to have any heals, and you got to figure out what the heck's going on. He's going to wind up choosing this, so they'll have to figure it out. There are definitely heals here. I'm not questioning whether or not there are. I just don't know that there's enough to justify rebooting him there, as opposed to rotating further into the storm or further towards the zone and putting himself in a position where he doesn't have to take as much storm damage.
Yeah, I definitely think taking the storm damage, you shouldn't have to take too much in a situation like this, but I think a lot of players are opting to be out here in the storm in fear of some players like Void and his teammates. So there's some balance here, there's some benefits. Nevertheless, though, remember, being in the storm only causes more and more damage, so you got to be on it and pay attention to which zone it is if you don't want to get taken out by that purple rain.
Yeah, first 5 zones really aren't an issue. And I've actually found, I've landed Mount Olympus a lot of times. If you get caught in any kind of engagement or fight, you just wind up taking storm damage, because in the top left corner, you're able to get that extra little boost with the green water, but unfortunately, there's not really any natural movement over in the bottom right corner of the map. So you're just kind of forced to run, and you don't move faster than the storm in most cases. So now we see Zach and Monk chilling up on the island. They'll be able to get that. Look like uncontested, and Little Crank needs to be careful because he's all by himself, and there's several teams in this area.
Several teams, several players. They're going to be fighting for it as Zexies and Void have picked up the pace here in the later parts of this game. You see 7 eliminations on the board, and that is after what was a struggling start there to begin this game. But Zexies and Void now picking up the slack. They said, you know what? We gave this lobby a little time to rest. Now it's time to put him back to sleep. Void now does look to be taking some shots there, but are looking to try and connect some shots. Unfortunately, nothing is as appetizing as getting that full elimination, so that's what they're going to be going for. You see them hit the rift, and now rotating in. Looks like they do have their eyes set on one team, but they may be landing a little too shy. That is going to be Monk there building up here quick. Void now going for the high ground. Looks to take it. This car now going to be their saving grace, but no, immediately causing some damage and issues here for the team. Void now battling himself for his life. He misses 3 edits, but that's not going to stop him yet, as now he's decided to get into the box, breaking through the cone, breaking through the ramp, and unfortunately slows down a bit. Despite the incredible edits, it wasn't enough to truly connect a shot there for the first minute of this fight, so needs to take a step back, realize, okay, I got to play this smart. I can't just build and steal walls and edit and everything will go in my favor.
I feel like he was focusing on the clip a little bit there, instead of trying to go for the like safe play of, all right, let me make sure this player can't leave this area. Let me make sure I get my shots down. Nah, just throw down a bunch of different things, make all the edits, try and hit the clip. Didn't happen. It's all right. They wind up getting the elim. Just takes slightly longer than it would have had they played fundamentally sound.
Fair enough.
Huge fan of fundamentally sound Fortnite. Now it looks like John Rick needs to get in his vehicle because he's about to get keyed.
We'll see if John can get out of this one as X-Man walking. YKWKYE. Almost looks like Wowky Way.
Or W key.
You think so?
I don't know.
I don't know. If you are in the chat or you can hear us or somebody can let that player know, let us know what that player's name actually is. For now, it's W key. Ooh, Xerxes goes down the elimination feed. That's going to be Kurvos picking that one up, but Void immediately picking up him. So now Void's going to be forced to have to get his teammate back into this one. And it looks like the same thing applies to John. If he survives this fight, he has a chance, and he is a great fighter, but no, taking tons of damage. It's not looking good for John.
You got to hit that shotgun shot. You can't just have a trade there where you're taking all the damage on a duo and you don't get anything back. W key going to take him out. These two are stuck deep in Storm. This is where it does kind of start taking a little bit of damage here in 6 zone, and we do see Void's going to be trying to get Xerxes right back in the game, and he will be able to without problem. We see multiple bananas, multiple med kits. The Storm is not an issue for those two, so just give me a little time. They'll go back to their old loot, pick up their weapons, and then start W keying teams over and over again.
A nuisance. Playing alongside Clapsy Cheats. Need to stay locked and loaded here for this one as they begin their disengage and descent away from what could have been a pretty significant fight in their favor. They've opted to just rotate in. It is one of my favorite plays here, folks, is guess what? If the zone's not in your favor, start moving.
You can win fights against players. You can't win fights against zones. It's one of my cheesy sayings I always enjoy throwing out there, but sometimes players seem to forget that zone is inevitable. Now we do see Void and Xerxes right back in this game. Xerxes is now just getting in from the Storm, so he's a little separated here from Void, but now we can see he's already starting to crank up. Two of our top teams so far throughout the weekend going head-to-head right now, and it looks like Tommy's just trying to disengage, put himself in a position where he can safely get some shots off, but Xerxes and Void don't often really give you a safe position to go to, and as he's trying to escape, Void's right there. He says, hello, I'm knocking, and now they jump in the box and clean those two up.
And remember, Z, Tommy, and Stick Dog have been one of the top 5 teams basically on the day from this group. Remember, they won game 1 and came second place in game number 2. So they are definitely a phenomenal team here competing. But in this game, Void and Xerxes said, nah. We have a lot more to do. They're going to keep moving on in. Monk and Zach now. They do want to rock with them.
I don't know the lyrics to that song besides that.
That's all I know, too. So
Zach or Will or Liam or Jeff, whatever his name actually is. You know, it's not Zach. It's always a play or a ploy. Well, there's 2 more for Void and Xyz.
Jeez.
Just in case you guys wonder, when people's health disappears in the drone shot, it means they're no longer in this lobby. They've been defeated.
Taking a good shot here, though. Void, Xyz on the rotation. Definitely a bit outplaced for what we typically see, or a bit of out of place, out of mind. I don't exactly know what I'm trying to say here, but
I don't either.
Void and Xyz not typically so far out of zone at this point, but it looks like they were so caught up in the fights that they are just finding themselves now rotating in, but that's not necessarily a problem for them, as they're so aggressive and understand when they can and can't take damage and give damage at the same time. But Xyz now diving into the box. He's going for the big plays here. Tries to connect what he can. Big shot comes through. That's going to be Ludico completely out here with only 1 teammate remaining. And you already know how it goes. If Xyz and Void are on your door, you better just start packing up and going back home, because it is all but over.
Yeah, we appreciate you, Kurako. You've done some great stuff so far today, but this only goes one way so far with everyone that's run into these 2, and we see he's making some quick edits. I'm not gonna lie, Kurako is kind of quick with it, but at the same time, he's got a wall to his right, and then he's got the 2 best players in this lobby to his left. So, unfortunately for him, a challenge ahead. But on the other hand, fortunately, he does get zone to pull in his favor, so that should be helpful. He needs to slow down. I feel like he's in this, like, really, I need to do so many things at once moment, where he just really needs to pop a mini and get some heals off.
Yeah, something needs to happen here for Kurako. Fortunately, still surviving. I mean, the solo clutch artist of the game goes to Kurako. I don't know how Kurako has survived this long, but they have, and despite Void and Xyz wanting this elimination, they have now opted to just rotate in and get out of this situation. So good play on their part, good read there for them, but for Kurako, they're just going to continue to fight for a few more moments.
He does pop some heals, get that fizz off. That'll help along with the rotate. Let's wait and see if there's anybody on the backside of zone that he could take advantage of. And there was for a moment, but now he's lost his fizz. Gonna decide to use the airbender to make that rotation himself. As we can see all our wonderful teams making this rotation into zone. Dandy's gonna wind up getting caught there. And gets taken out. That's X-Man taking him out. Now it's up to Glock to make something happen. And typically, when you're going for the fruits in the buildings, you're not in a good spot. Kurako, though, back with him. Seems always active. I don't know whether or not, like, it's useful active, but, like, definitely active at all times.
You know, I respect it, right? They are very, very active for sure, but another team that's been active, it is Monk and Zach F. And Zach still left as a solo there. Going to go ahead and take out W Key. Will he be able to get the final full elimination there? Diving straight into the box relentlessly. No fear in Zach. Tries to take some shots. It ends up exchanging some damage there. Is going to get the full elimination onto W Key. But now has to play just a little slower as some of the focus starts coming his way from this lobby.
And unfortunately for Zach, he's got about one more box that he could build. He just placed his last build. Now has to use the builds of others, run around, and do this magic game. It's what we call ratting. When you're just sitting down below with nothing left. Looks like he's able to pick up USense. And USense. Now Zach trying to get one more. Big shot there onto a duo. Oh, almost gets them both. Deals a lot of damage, but not going to be enough to get either elim. He'll get one, though, in the storm. And now it looks like we've lost Void. So now what can you do, Xyz? And the answer is nothing.
Glock taking him out there with one big shot. And that's all it takes here, folks. The shotgun does a lot of damage this season. One significant shot, and you're going to be out. And that's sure enough what happened there. As Tally now going to play for the high ground. You see him go for the jump play. unfortunately not going to be able to connect too much there, but does apply a little bit of pressure for a moment. Tally now on the back foot as Glock is the one up on height, fighting for it all. It is 3 solo players remaining in this one. A 1v1v1 to end it all here in game number 3 on the day. But for Glock, it's just another day in the office. Big shots connect there. Big energy to continue the game. And what could be a big finish just moments away.
He's got everything he needs in order to win this game. Looks like Tally's been forced to go down. Throwing that bubble, just securing the builds a little bit more. Glock is now in a final 1v1 versus Tally as Tally is taking out Daryl. Tally seems to have little or nothing left. There's a shot. That's going to deal a little bit of chip damage, but not too much there to Tally. Glock's got to play this safe. If he gets the right angle, this should be an easy win.
There we go. Big shot onto Glock. It was all but his game until Tally said, no, 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 I'm not letting you get off that easy. And sure enough, Tally takes the win away from Glock in the final moments of the game.
Tally up those points because he just got a bunch for his duo. They're in a great spot after that game, and they should be even chilling because we've seen them pretty consistently as one of the last few teams every single stage of the game.
Yeah, that they have. They've been a consistent duo. I love seeing them take home a win and a different team taking home a win on the day. But don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to get the next game and final game for this group ready for you in just a moment. So before then, grab your drinks, grab your popcorn. We'll see you in a few. One final opportunity for round A, or group A rather, to claim a spot in the finals, and it is happening right now. Let's dive straight into the map, see where these players are landing for one final game for group A.
Here's the bus going through. We get to see where all the players decide. You had a couple of games now. You know, yesterday we only got to play 2 games per group. Don't really get that excuse of like, oh, I only had 2 games. This game, we're locked and loaded. You had plenty of time to figure out where you should or shouldn't be landing. Looks like we may even get 3 teams going towards the Grim Gates.
Here we go. It's going to be Tally actually taking their shot potentially at Grim Gates. I like the change here. Xerxes and Void, remember, they weren't landing here as well, so they're going to take another crack at it. They didn't quite have the best first game landing there, but this one could go a little bit better in their favor.
Everyone going for the God Chest up here. Looks like it does not go in the favor of Xerxes once again, so he's got to run away. Trying to figure out what's going on. Runs over to another God Chest. Tally and Co, after winning the previous game, now feels like they could do whatever they want. Void getting tagged up to big there by Tally, and these two in a great spot. The only two that seem to actually be together at the moment, Xerxes gone down, Tally goes down, and as I say that, it looks like Timba and King Vamp have won that all to themselves.
Yeah, that's a good win there for Timba and King Vamp, and actually forcing one of our top teams there out of Grimgate. You saw Void having to escape as he's lost his teammate, so he's going to be playing as a solo, potentially hunting for that card in the future. But remember, King Vamp and Timba went down last time while during like the little boss exchange, and when Cam landed here, King Vamp probably survived, I think, like 30 seconds. So this is definitely going to be a very different game than what we saw in the past. And it's a good thing for Timba and King Vamp because they need a massive game here to qual.
Now checking out a fight that was happening in the previous match. Looks like Dandy's gone down and Glock just has to do whatever he can. He's going to walk over to the Brawlers Battleground. Try and get his teammate back in the game. But now we're seeing if Clapsy's going to be toggled in. Any sense? Looking to close this one out. One shot on Quay, and that's going to be it. Quay's got nowhere to go. He's got no builds. He's got some hope, though. Blast a shotgun to the face, and maybe you survive. It's really all you got.
That was huge. Sirius Lake going to go down yet again. That could actually end their run for the finals here, SVG. So that's going to be a tough way to finish it out. Truly depends, though, on how Group B's team does. But now we focus in on Forever Raven. And that's my dog going for a big play. Does get hit by the car, takes quite a bit of damage. Now actually getting focused from behind. He needs to build up, and sure enough, that's going to be the case as he ends up defending himself for at least a few moments longer. But these teams are pushing in. If Raven's not careful, could end up going down here. But now the exchange comes through. Raven ends up going down, and that's my dog is left as a solo.
And unfortunately for Raven, this isn't zero builds. That's going to be a tough one. That's my dog. He's going to get toughed back to the lobby, too. Woof, woof, my friend. That's it for you. Clapsy getting a couple of elims along with Enusense. These two starting off hot here in the last game of the day for them. Now, back to Void. What you got, bruv? Just going, probably try to get his teammate's card here. As we see Timba and King Vamp are going to be distracted. These two trying to get their coin, the little mythic shotgun, combination of it all. Timba grabs it. Wonder if that's a point in contention, you know? Who gets what? I get this, you get that. Or is it like first come, first serve, like a buffet?
You know, that's a good question. I mean, typically you're going to talk about it, right? Like like a Peter Bob Pollo team, right? They both deserve it, which is why they switch on and off throughout the game of who's holding the medallion. But I don't think it really matters, at least at this point, right? Because you're just kind of loading up, you're getting good to go. Now, if you do have one player on your team that typically is more aggressive and may need a get out of jail free card, then maybe you hand it to him, and that makes sense. But I think in any other case, it really doesn't matter between the two. And if it does matter, it's probably some egos flaring within the duo causing that.
Well, if you're being realistic too, you know who the better fighter of the two is that should hold the shotgun. Typically, there shouldn't be like this crazy discussion of like, oh, I deserve the shotgun. Like, I was playing with Ben K the other day. Ben K got the better shotgun. That's how it is.
Yeah, I mean, and it's good to acknowledge that you let the worst player have the shotgun because you need to put in the extra damage. I respect that.
Oh no, I'm old. Ben was moving when we played. We played FNCS week 2. We were 1 point off quality. It's kind of sad.
Dang, 1 point away. That's a tough way to go out. Might be a tough way here for Alonzo as well, because they could be just a few points shy of qualifying too. And Tommy doesn't look to slow down. Tommy's been doing a phenomenal job here in this one. And unfortunately, Alonzo's teammate not going to be able to contribute to the fight, so just going to have to 4-0-4 on out of there. And hope and pray he can make something happen later on. But no, Plasma attacks now alongside Rizzler. Going to break out John Rick. That could have been a devastating blow to the fall damage, but John was able to catch himself for at least a moment longer. But Sigma, Rizzler, and Plasma now have a feat ahead of themselves as it is now a fair fight between two duos.
Looks like John Rick dropped right down as Plasma went right up. Big damage done in the favor of Plasma, but Sigma Rizzler ain't too healthy himself. Now Plasma trying to find the right angle to close out this fight. Should be able to get this here if he can find Ayaz. No more builds here on the... Now Plasma goes down. Both players jump on him. John Rick, but uh-oh. It's the third party coming in. It's Tommy and the big dog, Stick Dog.
This may be the quickest game we've had to date, folks, because these teams are on a tear. And it looks like the teams that were playing this one out and playing a little bit more safer have been exposed. And it's, of course, at the hands of players like Tommy and Stick Dog who just know how to play the game.
Tommy made a bold move, just go run in. Went straight for that chicken. Found another one. That'll help him out, at least survive this storm. And they're just going to leave John Rick back there. Not too worried about him. Tommy's more worried about just staying alive at the moment because only a couple HP and they've got nothing to help him besides whatever they can find along the way.
Big moves coming out here for Stick Dog as shots come their way. Remember, Tommy is a literal one shot away from going down, so using up those materials, he's going to go ahead and protect himself for at least a moment longer. And the bunker play may be the way to go. Actually, no, unfortunately, the bunker's going to end up in Storm, so they're not going to have that option to go for this one. So sadly, they're just going to have to continue putting one foot after the other and making their way into zone.
Tommy's gotten kind of healthy, and they're going to beam John Rick. That'll be the end of his game. They can loot that body, but I don't believe John's got really anything left for him.
No.
A little bit of a shotgun upgrade, but nothing other than that. Now it looks like Void and Xerxes are back up to their old tricks. Both of them up alive, and they're chasing this poor player. Carrie trying to figure out how the best way he can escape this, and I don't know if there is escape, my friend. It's just Ogre.
This will be a tough one to fight out as Void goes for the Shockwave Skull play just to get as far ahead as they can. Only 2 shots needed, now 1 to take out Carrie, and this could be the final moments of their competition in the VESL Championship.
Carrie goes down. But he did get knocked, though, Panda, so his teammate's somewhere around here.
Yeah, he could be somewhere else, but Void just going to live to fight here for a moment. as him and Xexes didn't necessarily have the start they initially wanted. Unfortunately, not going to get the mythic or the coin, and the team that actually did get it is King Vamp, and it looks like they're going to have the comeback game they so desperately needed to qual.
Yeah, it looks like they were able to get the Underworld coin as well and that SMG. So they're going to continue to be aggressive here. Nice plays. Just got to close out this fight here from King Vamp. Getting a little PC on his opponent, but not able to get that final shot in. This other player seems to be moving too as far as getting away, but that was Glock. It was only a matter of time. When you got to hit one more shotgun shot, comes fairly easy. Timba's running away. He's getting W keyed by another team. Now his teammate jumps right in. And now this is a little 2v2, but there's also another duo. So this is a 2v2v2 with Void and Xexes getting involved as well.
Oh, you love to see it here. This is going to be a good battle. Remember, Timba and King Vamp typically fight Void and Xexes off the rip, but because Void lost his teammate and had to disengage, now this fight is taking place here and now. But Timba gets a nice little shot there. One's going to go down. Wait, that is Xexes going down to the hands of King Vamp, leaving Void by himself as a solo player. What could be one of our top 3 teams could be down and out in the final game.
That could be a big change here as to who's going to win this lobby. Void and Xexes is going to be plenty fine. They'll be all right. I'm not worried about them. But Timba and King Vamp have had some problems off spawn, so they definitely need a big game here to secure their qualification for tomorrow. Timba doing everything he can to make sure that happens, and they've now separated both players, put them in a spot. We're seeing some pretty good fights here. Timba and King Vamp putting some pressure down, but the opposing team, X-Man and W Key, have been doing pretty well to fight back.
Good plays here coming out from Timba. Does do some replacements there from the existing build, but the shockwave play comes out, puts it all to crumbles. As now Timba now forced to push this fight even further, using the last few dashes from his charges. But remember, they've got the medallion as a team, so they'll be able to get some more of those back. But King Vamp now getting involved with the team as one goes down. It's going to leave one more still up and at it. But sadly, I don't see them finding that solo in this one, as now they just have to continue to push on and look for the next team.
Yeah, I don't even think they're going to try to. I think they're just looking towards this next one. It's easier to find a team that's running through in a car rather than try and find a solo. This is a different car than the one we just saw, though. This is Gladiator and Ghost. Had a decent game in the previous match. Definitely looking to build upon that and have another solid game here in the final game of the day for this group. Jumping in with Tommy now.
Tommy. Stick Dog. Don't forget Stick Dog.
Big Stick Dog.
Big team here.
Oh.
Whoa! What a beautiful snipe there from Tommy. And listen, if you ever were in doubt if this team has it going on, well, that should answer it for you. 5 eliminations on Tommy alone, 3 for Stick Dog. You know it's looking good here in the final game of their session.
Yeah, it was a beautiful snipe. I think that's the first headshot snipe we've seen in all the games we've watched.
That's crazy to think about. Those adjustments to the sniper, man, have made it a little more difficult to operate.
Yeah, and I think a lot of players just don't carry it.
Yeah, it's very limited to find on the map. So
yeah.
With that being changed and it being tougher to find, it's not typically a staple now. But, you know, just like Tommy and like Clicks from FNCS, man, if you got it going on with a sniper rifle, you better find one.
Yeah, maybe this is Thomas HD.
Could you imagine? Thomas moves to North Carolina, starts going to high school for 1 month.
All to win. Did you see Thomas HD won an award in Denmark?
Really?
It was like the esports or the Danish esports player of the year.
Really?
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah, it's a cool achievement. How many people can say they've won their like national esports player of the year?
Not many, but they need to start doing that, because, you know, I probably would have won one of these years.
For doing what?
North Carolina's National Player Talker of the Year.
Ooh, boom, you're pretty good at that.
I am good at talking about players.
Yeah.
So are you, though. Be
Unlike
some stiff competition.
unlike King Vamp though, just got taken down. Now it's up to Timba. Try and make it happen, which he will. Timba's been balling out. So far, he's looked like the better of the two today. Doesn't mean that he is totally better, just playing better today. I feel like a lot of people forget that when it comes to playing video games, you know, in traditional sports. You see people talk about having good days, bad days all the time. Same's true playing Fortnite. You'll have good days, you'll have bad days. And the best players, what they do so often is make sure that their bad days, they're still good enough to get the job done.
Yeah, fair enough there. Decisions here for the teams. Zach and Monk, as they are going to go ahead and try and pressure, you know, W Key and X-Man Walk. Nothing's going to really stick there as the fight continues on. Remember, Zach and Monk are another team that do need a big game to guarantee a qualification. So we'll have to see how they can play this one out. Big shot came through, but a big swing and a miss when it comes to trying to get any significant damage there. But now continues to use these shockwaves to go for these plays. And sadly, nothing connecting in the way that they need. And it's just missed shot after missed shot, which results in him losing his teammate. So Monk now, unfortunately, going to have to operate as a solo player against a lot of qualified players left in this one.
Yeah, but Monk's got a cute little teddy bear looking thing in his name, so.
True. That might be my favorite name.
I think Mongrel and Savage had that in their name at one point.
Wait, King Vamp is back in this one?
He's back.
That's a good catch there for them as this game is continuing in hot pursuit. Does look like Nuisance playing with Clapsy Cheats. Unfortunately, have been taken out by Void and Xexes.
You know, I'm not typically a hater. I will hate on your game, not the player.
Mm-hmm.
Clapsy Cheats is a terrible name. Why do you have cheats in your name?
Are they claiming that Clapsy is another person? Or are they claiming that they cheat because...
Either way, even if it's like Panda is a cheater, why would I make my name that?
What if you're passionate about spreading the word that Panda's cheating?
Just report Panda. Pretty simple.
True.
Go in game, type in life with Panda.
That is like the biggest
Report
thing
him.
the biggest piece of advice I can give to the community right now. Guys, if you find a cheater in your game, there are great report features located in Fortnite. Go ahead and report them. Let them know. And if you think someone is cheating in this game, go ahead and make sure to check the Discord and let the people in those great admin team or the great admin team in there let them know. Let them know if there's any issues you're having with the game. But so far, it's been smooth sailing for the experience here over at VESL. Because shout out VESL, they be doing it right.
You can also at Life with Panda on Twitter. It won't do anything, but you can at him, tell him something is going on.
You definitely can, because that's not my at, remember?
Oh, I don't. Life W Panda.
Okay, never mind. Don't do that. But you know, W Key is going to have a little edge spot here. I like the way that they're playing this one. They're going to get all the Storm Surge they don't need here. As Tommy and Stick Dog rotate on in. Looks like, what are we seeing here?
A little Skybase action. I like it.
I would love to see a Skybase finish here.
Hopefully no one ruins it. Because that's what always ends a good old Skybase. Someone looks up and they're like, oh, free kills. And then they find two players up in the sky. But now Tommy and Stick Dog, Kiriko and Lutico. That's some good duo synergy with the names.
Yeah, I do like that.
They're going back and forth here. A little build fight action. Tommy says, let's get out of here before we get chopped. We got to rotate anyway. Nice little call there by Tommy. Focus on the rotate. And they're going the wrong way. Wind up getting sniped. Both players take a lot of damage here. So hopefully they have a fizz to be able to get them nice and healthy again.
Yeah, and you see them healing up quite quickly as Zach FN now making their way into the zone, but Tommy's still getting pressured. Remember, they need a big game. They need a good finish to to secure this as well, even though they have been a top performer. Remember, there's other top performers in round number 2, and it just has to be all about who can have the most points. But Golden Gladiator now playing alongside Ghost. They're a team that we haven't seen do too much, so they probably need a massive finish to this one as well, as Peterbot now goes down. Xexes and Void, they're playing together, but no, Void goes down as well. And remember, this team is pretty much qualified. I don't think there's any way they aren't qualified, if we're being honest, but you still want to finish strong.
Yeah, you want to win back-to-back games, prove that you can. But it seems like they do have these problems, though, where they get a little too aggressive, lose a player, then have to fight to get him back. It's been all right so far. But now we're going to see Xexes go in, try and get that mythic shotgun. Don't believe that he was the one holding the dash coin at the moment, so that's a little bit of an L for this duo. All he's got to do is stay alive, and if we know he could stop playing at the moment. Looks like Monk got sniped as soon as we tuned in with him. Did get his teammate Zach back in the game. And now we're playing nice and slow here. A lot of these teams have slowed it down, trying to play for that placement. Not necessarily looking to W key everybody. And Golden Gladiators, Ghost, they're going to take some shots here. There is a player nearby, but they're not looking to get on any walls. Stick Dog Tommy, though, trying to play for this position. Hopefully get another win under the belt here in day 2.
Yeah, and you see the game pressing on for Xexes, but as I say, that unfortunately does come to an end, as Tommy is having the rightful revenge that they so desperately deserve from all of their fights here against Void and Xexes. They now get to claim champion in the final fight, but will it be enough? That's what it comes down to here for these final games in this final day. Remember, this is the final qualifier before the finals tomorrow, so it all comes down to this for these teams. But X-Men Walk goes down, as you know, W Key still fighting on for another moment, as Stick Dog and Tommy also taking a lot of pressure too. This is going to be a rough way to go out, as Tommy ends up picking up Woke, and that could be a huge elim on the board for them. And this is the game we wanted to see from Tommy and Stick Dog earlier. They won the first game of their round yesterday, and they could be winning the last game of their round as well.
I think we'll see it. They're definitely the clear contenders. The only thing that's going to get in their way is themselves. If they play purely for placement to try and win this one, I think it's all in the bag for them. But are they going to do that, or are they going to focus on getting all these elims? Looks like Stick Dog staying up top. Tommy's playing a little aggressive, so a little combination of the both, maybe. This could be the perfect storm for them to drop a big game plus try and get the win. But they have a far rotate to go, and this is where you start to get a little bit nervous of these teams sitting in front of you, potentially beaming when you're making these rotates. But Tommy's just going to walk on up for free and bop Monk in the face and say, hello, thank you, sir. What are you doing?
Yeah, that was a bit of a misplay on Monk's part, but as I say that, Tommy takes some damage with his teammate Stick Dog taking a lot more, so now they have to be a little bit more cautious. Ludico, Caraco also in this one, and we've seen a lot more action from this team, and you love to see it, as Ludico has survived here into the final moments, which is a big change here from the last two. But Caraco now boxed up side by side with his teammate, is going to need a massive engagement here to make something happen, to finish this one strong. Tommy, though, if they have anything to say about it, they're just going to make sure every team is smothered down below.
And they are starting to run low on those heals. Pressure is coming through. They are starting to get chopped, so Stick Dog and Tommy just going to have to jump. Nice little play to get there up the mountain. Nice snipe there again by Tommy. We've seen some beautiful plays by him. They're just looking to play this high ground. This is one of the most stacked end games we've seen. Stick Dog picks up another there onto Monk. These two are looking to close out this game, finish the day strong, and that's all you can ask for when you're playing. Zone is going to pull up the hill. That's going to cost a couple of different players their lives as they all go down. Now it's a 2v2v1. Nice play here. Tommy's trying to make it happen as he's lost his teammate Stick Dog. Can he take out this player? He needs somewhat of a refresh because now it's all up to him.
All down to this, and Tommy says, you know what, SVG, I got this one in the bag. Incredible finish there for him, and that ramp straight up to the top of the leaderboard is all his. We'll see. We'll have to wait and see though, because we have one more group left to play. That was just Group A, folks. So that was 4 games of Group A. Now we got 4 games of Group B. Don't go anywhere though. We'll be getting that second group here started in just a moment. But take a break, grab yourself a quick dinner, and come right back because we got more Fortnite action for all of you at home. It's time. Group B is here, and we are ready to get into 4 more games of Fortnite action. These players are getting ready and loaded into the battle bus now. But before we dive in, let's recap a little bit of the action we saw in Group A. Of course, SPG, we have to talk about the no-brainers, right? We have to talk about the Cam, the ankle, right? We have to talk about the Void and his teammate. We also have to talk about the great finish from Tommy. What was a highlight moment for you from that Group A team?
I think the moment that stands out most, it was Xexy's hit a clip on some kid. It was quite nice.
You know, I do love my clips, to be honest, but what I love even more is the game is starting right now. Let's get into it. Game number 1 of Group B on the day. Let's get you some Fortnite action, folks.
Not gonna lie, at first when you said we gotta talk about the no-brainers, I took that in a different direction in my brain at first. Like no working brain. But nonetheless, talking about clips, we have Scissor. Him and Terms. So I found out yesterday, Scissor and Terms, it's not Thrill like we were speaking on his name yesterday.
Well, Thrill now. Getting into
I want to play by Thrill. Probably will wind up doing that once or twice. I apologize in advance. Mr. Toe. What toe do you think it is? Pick one.
I don't know, but Mr.
Third
Poe.
one.
I don't know which one is struggling more.
This is good team synergy. That's all that is.
That's fair. You know what? And both North Carolinians, I respect it.
I would guess that they probably go to school together, right? Like, so not for all you guys watching at home, not all these players go to school with their teammate. Could be someone in like a neighboring school. Could be someone you just met playing Fortnite, and it happens they also go to school in North Carolina. All these kids do go to school in North Carolina. It's just there's no requirement to have to play with someone from the same school as you. Which is kind of nice because it widens your options and means you also get to meet new people from various different schools. I think that was one of my favorite parts about playing travel sports growing up is you get to meet some like cool kids from different areas that you may not normally get to reach out and meet just because, you know, you have the ability to meet some new people. So now Jolly Monkey looking to close out the toes and the foes. These Mistas aren't doing so well down below. Big shots coming through onto both players. Jolly has to back up. Monkey Tickler gets damaged as well. And now we'll slow this down. Everyone's going to focus on this heal up session. Jolly, nice little close of the edit. And one shotgun blast towards either of these players should end it.
Listening in. You hear the shots raining in, but nothing finishing up like a jolly old finish there onto Mr. Toe. It's going to be a big one for Toe and Poe. They're just going to have to go back to the lobby, reconvene, and think about, is this strategy going to work for us in the next day? But for Jolly and Tickler, they continue on their reign of success from day number 1 off into day number 2. But Nitro Blast and Sermty, a team we didn't get too much coverage of yesterday, now getting their day in the spotlight here in game number 1.
There's always a chance, too, that some teams weren't able to play yesterday. Now trying to make it happen here in just a single day of Fortnite. You got 4 games to make it happen. Put yourself in a position to be able to move on to the next lobby. Slow and Jelly trying to get some shots here. This is Tokyo and Kaislot. These two were repping the Hades skin that we like so much. The little combo of green-purple. Now jumping in. Kaislot rocking the green. Taking out one player. Now Slow needs to make it happen as a solo. Kaislot going to slow this down. Try and get some heals off. And get back to his teammates to pop those splashes. These two are in a good spot to close out this fight if they want to.
Remember, Kaislot in Tokyo did find a little bit of success there in day number 1, but I don't think it was enough to truly solidify them closer to the top. So they're going to need some big games here on the day. But Terms and Scissor now going to connect on another elimination. That's going to be 2 full elims for them. 4 points on the board early on in the day. So it's a good start here for this incredible team. But Xavier also moving in the elimination feed. We'll have to keep an eye out for Xavier later on in this one, depending on how this game continues to go. And Tokyo does find that full elimination onto Fabulous Jelly. 98. It makes you wonder. 98. Do you think they were born in 98? And if so, that is one old high school student.
Some Billy Madison type. I'm going back to school.
Hey, man, if that means you can play some Fortnite.
I guess that's true. My dad has said that if I graduate, I get to. I'm now mixing up 2 Adam Sandler movies.
Yeah, is that, what is that? Waterboy and
Waterboy and Billy Madison.
And secondly, my mama said. My
mama said. Like Gatorade's evil. Gatorade's for the devil.
Hashtag not a Gatorade ad.
Well, water's the only thing you need.
That's true. Water is nutritious and hydrating, and everything you need to survive on the battlefield, which is what we see these players doing right now. As Saturn, RB gives you wings, fighting from the high ground, applying the pressure down below, forcing these players back into the boxes. And so far, so good here for the team. They're playing it slow and steady. And if you had a chance to watch the Ken Beans video, you know how good Saturn is at this game. And if you haven't, go check out the Ken's B video on VESL GG's YouTube channel. Phenomenal event there for the players of North Carolina. And of course, Saturn was one of those few players participating, as he was one of the state champs. And he went head to head against the massive Fortnite influencer in Ken Beans. Make sure to find out how well he did against them by going to VESL GG's YouTube channel and watching that video. Definitely check that one out as soon as you can.
Yeah, Kenny the Kenneth Ken is one of the greater people you will meet. Always had great interactions with Ken myself. Him and I used to not work together, but I guess work side by side. No longer. That's a long time away. Scissor getting engaged here. Him and Terms. Always love when those players use an X to try and represent some other letter. And we all have to just pretend that we know exactly what it means.
Branding Guide 101 will help you out. Make sure to go follow Javier, aka Monster D Face. He is the legend that breaks down more often than not what you should call yourself in game. Because guys, at the end of the day, when you're playing and you're competing at a high level and you're able to put your name on top of a leaderboard, that becomes a business. And you got to remember, branding yourself is important in that business. So make sure you have a good name, good clear name, and a place where your fans can follow you, because you will create fans if you're making the top of these leaderboards.
Well, and on top of that, say you want to make a montage and you want to grab a clip from the VESL stream, and I'm calling you Thrill, and you actually go by Terms, Tarms, Torms, whatever it may be. Well, now you don't have a clip with your name in it. So make it simple, make it stupid so people like us can understand, and you'll be successful. One word, if you can figure out one word that sticks, oh, that's the best. I didn't. My name's 3 words.
Yeah, my name is Panda. It's life with Panda technically, but Panda is easy to sort.
Panda Global.
Okay, wait a minute. I don't think I don't think I want to attach my name with that one, but this is going to be a big pickup there for Scissor in the elimination feed as he picks that one up here alongside his teammate in Thrill Terms.
Tarms.
Tormames. Tormatillo.
Tomatia. Tomato. So much sauce all over. It's been a long day.
Tall Tokyo, though. Playing alongside Kaislock. Good catch there. Nice little drone shot. As we're focusing in on another team approaching. Remember, they're going to be fighting for the tower here and for the opportunity to have that forecast in the old noggin for the team. But Green F in. That is our production company's favorite, our production crew's favorite player right there. Green FN. I believe actually Parmesan voted him to win the whole thing. So we'll actually have to check back in to see if Parmesan is on money or just doesn't know what he's talking about when it comes to Fortnite.
Yesterday, our producer almost jumped out of his chair when he saw Green FN in the game. It was one of the crazier moments. You know, he's doing his job, but sometimes you just get so excited. Like, we get to express it outwardly to you guys. And now, hopefully, Green FN gets the clutch up here. He's chilling, trying to take the high ground, shooting at the ground. Green FN's got this.
The energy in this room for Green FN is unmatched as the room roots for him to win this fight. Unfortunately, going to make a misplay, going to have to disengage using the airbending tactics of Aang, the Avatar, to get away in this situation and go around the south side of Lavish Layer. Good play there. Full disengage, and again, speaks volumes to the value of carrying at least one of the bending abilities in this game.
Now we see one of these bunker fights. We saw these yesterday, not so many today. Seems like a lot of these teams kind of just played for whatever they could get. Today, now we're fighting for it. Nice little play to claim the pieces here. Jumping on the one player. You separate the one, get the damage down, take him out. Now the other player's forced to run. You got nowhere to go. You're coned off. That's it all for you. You get to play next game. Appreciate you. We'll give you your ticket for this game. Give you your points for what you can get. Then we'll go once again. Now it looks like Tokyo and Kaislock trying to get some damage down. And I say some damage. That's a pretty significant shot. They're jumping in. Looks like we're using the Chain of Hades, but Tokyo now is the one that has to back on out of there because he's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, that was a huge amount of damage for that play, and unfortunately, it's just not going to work out in his favor as this team is now fully pushing in. He does have the heals to heal back up and make this a fair fight, but unfortunately, because of the way this team is playing, it's very unlikely he's going to be able to do just that. But Kaislock coming in to save the day. Big shot comes in and almost takes that player out. Now it is. There it is. A knock. A massive one there at that for Kaislock. But it only evens the playing field as his teammate is now down. Tokyo has gone down in this one. But big play from Kaislock saves the day as he takes out Tharaz 737.
Locked that one in. What a play by Kaislock, keeping his team in the game, and now we're tuning back in. Another fight happening. This is a continuance of what seems like a long fight that's happened. Saturn's gonna try and get out of here. He's lost his teammate RB. Now Saturn just has to hang on for the moment. He is gonna try and get his teammate back in here. Monkey Tickler is behind him. So now this is a beautiful angle here. Great drone shot. Able to see Saturn picking up his teammate while you see Monkey escaping the zone there on the other side. Just trying to get some shots on. It is there. See, do we get aggressive? Throw down one of those shockwaves. Doesn't look like it. They're going to let him get away. Xavier now here with his teammate Alex. Both these guys trying to lock in. Got one day to make it happen. Didn't see much of them yesterday, so now it's all time to lock in. They go down to fade. What can Xavier do? You got the clutch gene in you, do you?
All the pressure on now as Xavier tries to make something happen. Unfortunately, just not going to be able to do it as this other team in Cart and Fade were relentless. We saw this yesterday from this team. They know how to fight, especially in the mid game, but need to be careful as there are some impeccable teams left in this lobby, and those fights become harder and harder to find success in. But of course, we see Term and Scissor up here on the island by themselves. No challengers dare take on this team, and I'm pretty impressed with how quickly they were able to capture this and keep moving forward. And this is honestly a great angle for them to gather some intel. It's exactly what you're seeing here from Term. Hopefully a big return game here coming out of some of these other players. But nevertheless, we continue moving as Zone 4 gets ready to start closing in.
Surprised they don't try and throw a scope on that sniper rifle. You have the ability to, under that little main part of the island, you can go underneath, upgrade, or I guess modify your weapons is the proper term. You can't go for upgrades, but you can put some mods on there, and Terms does hit a snipe. We didn't see many headshot snipes. That was a body snipe. You'll take it. That counts just as good. And this was the team that was landing Grim Gate. Now, the team that definitely doesn't need it if you're the rest of the lobby has the power of the Mythic and an absolute problem of a dash coin.
Yeah, the medallion now in the hands of the strongest team in this game and potentially the strongest team in this lobby. We'll have to crown that, of course, at the end once we have a better look at how everybody's playing out. Remember, if you're one of these players or you're competing in this event, we will have official finals roster available for you by tomorrow ahead of the event. Remember, tune back in at 6 p.m. tomorrow Eastern Standard Time for all that incredible Fortnite action. We got more coming your way, so we will make sure to see you there then. But Agent Renzo, Trashy Maker, unfortunately looks like they may be going down and out in this one as this team is just aggressively pushing forward. And honestly, that seems to be the name of the game here, SBG. We pretty much haven't stopped tuning into some Fortnite fights.
Yeah, we're going fight to fight to fight. This is definitely a more aggressive lobby in general than what we saw from last. These two will, almost making a shot there by Renzo, but Fade says, I'm closing that door. These two have been pretty significant. 5 eliminations already. Renzo was one of the ones that had more elims than this team. But we get to see who continues, who gets to keep tallying those up. What can Fade do here?
Fade to black. Set the scene. Cart could be the challenger that dethrones Scissor and Term. Term could really be named Thrill, but joked with us and made him think his name is Term. Scissor.
Oh no, I found his Twitter.
Oh, you found his Twitter?
Yeah.
That makes more sense.
Because remember that clip that Scissor hit and we saw the other side of it yesterday?
Yes.
I saw that on Twitter, and then naturally his teammate was pretty easy to find.
Gotcha. Okay.
But it was still spelled TXRMS on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
So your guess is as good as mine for like how that's actually.
Gotcha. That makes even more sense.
All right, these guys clearly know this kid's boxed up. He does break out. Now they're trying to find a way to close this out. Teammate just runs away. They're going to sacrifice this one player, unfortunately. And Terms is going to look to close this out. One shotgun shot's all it takes. Maybe a burst of that SMG. There's the shotgun shot. That'll end it. Little piece control and a bop to end that one and send him back to the lobby. There's a headshot snipe. I've been asking for some of those. Appreciate that one, Scissor. Now we're just chilling. Who is the next target is the question.
Yeah, that is a good question indeed. Who is going to be the next one on the receiving side of a snipe coming from Scissor? We'll just have to wait and find out as the game continues on. And I was about to say we could have our answer sooner rather than later. And there it is. FS Money Spender. Unfortunately, going to have to spend his next time spending some more of that money while he waits in the lobby.
I'm sure his parents love that one.
I mean, if he's earning his own money, you never know.
That's true. Hey, you make it, you spend it, right?
Yeah.
Now we get to see how this lobby's beginning to play out. All these teams jockeying for positioning in the zone. Jolly, Monkey Tickler trying to get deeper into the zone. Put themselves into a position where they're able to lock it in. And they're going up trying to play the high ground here. It's not a terrible play, but it's also quite early to be investing a lot of builds into this high ground position.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see a little bit better from these two. And Jolly's got to share the love. His teammate Monkey Tickler could use one of those med kits. It looks like he has one of his med kits himself. He's going to pop that. So we do see RB and Saturn going to go down there. That was to Tokyo and Kaislock. Now we're just hanging. Waiting to see where this next zone pulls.
You know, if I had to guess, it's going to pool somewhere right around here.
It's great. Great analysis. I would guess that too.
You know what? Great minds think alike. And great shots connect when they are delivered by the phenomenal players of the North Carolina high school system. And all of this is possible thanks to VESL GG and some of their incredible sponsors like the Carolina Panthers, UNCG, and more. Make sure to check out all the incredible things that VESL are doing at VESL GG on all socials, VESL GG on YouTube. You definitely don't want to miss that one. And get signed up and involved in games just like this one at VESL.gg. This is your chance to win prizing, have fun with the community, and support your local high school here in North Carolina.
Term still just going ham and scissor. Running around, taking teams out left and right. Fade is the one that's in their sight and gets taken out. Monkey and Jolly trying to figure out how they're going to be able to get across the river into the zone. To some of these old builds we go. They've got no movement. Maybe just going to try and build up over onto the water. Bold move here, right? Oh, they do have movement. Shockwave play comes through. Don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm doing. And they're going to crank up, try and hold high ground still.
I respect it. It's just a little too early, especially with the lack of material they have. They do have decent mats, but if they were able to have taken it or just at least played a different rotational method and then built up, that it may have been the right time. But now look, they're having to exhaust all these resources and take a fight, and unfortunately they just weren't ready to take. And that's going to be against two of the top teams. It's Terms Scissor versus Tickler and his teammate. And so much going on here in the moment, especially when Terms and Scissor are trying to break a record here for Group 2. Remember, Group 2, I believe the highest elimination game was like 22, and they have 20 right now, so they're going for it big. They won't be able to break Cam's record of 33 in one game, but they sure can come close.
Hey, they might be able to do it. Both of them have 10. It may not be in game number 1, but we still got 3 more after this. These two just trying to find their way through this area. A little bit of love here, dropping that coin back and forth. Using it to rotate through. The best rotational item in the game at the moment. And we see on high ground, Monkey's still up there. They've spent a lot. Reaped the benefits thus far, but it doesn't mean they will reap the benefits of the overall match. I think you and I both know that they've spent pretty much everything that they could on this high ground and are just stuck playing this position as far out as they can.
Yeah, and it looks like they're not going to be able to play it for much longer. Remember, they really don't have a lot to work with left. And you see that there as Tickler is out, takes a lot of damage. Now playing on the back foot, can't go in a storm, so he immediately has to back foot, but no, he goes down. Jolly now left as a solo player, going for the shockwave play of the century, but only 9 builds remain. It's not a lot to work with. He needs to be careful because all it takes is one edit and he'll be out.
That's Kaislock and Tokyo taking him out. But now they're getting pressured by another team that's NFL dude and Midi. A lot of pressure coming through onto those two players. Looks like it's going to ease up for the moment. A little bit of potential. Little potential for these two to be able to... for them to be able to heal. Player right on their box. Nice
Wow.
shot there. Takes out Midi. They're going to be able to get some heals off, but no, Kaislak goes down. That's Terms being able to clean him up. And it looks like we have 2 duos left, but one of them has a player knocked. It's a 2v1. NFL dude's just healing off in Storm. It's going to be Scissor. It's going to be Terms taking all of it. The question is, will they be able to get this last elim? The answer is yes. And that's 16 they're racking up in game number 1.
I am not surprised to see such an incredible finish from this team. 26 eliminations, close to, I think, the second place most elims in one game. But you know what? We take it. We take those. We take the excitement, and we keep on dishing. I mean, honestly, VESL putting this together, could not appreciate them more. And honestly, the North Carolina high school system stepping up to the plate and delivering on some great Fortnite games.
Yeah, they got some ballers here. They've got some really good players we've seen thus far. Just jumping in from Heat 1 to Heat 2 here. And Terms, Scissor, they're going to be continuing, absolutely dominating. And I expect more of the same as we go into game number 2 here in a moment.
Well, don't go anywhere because we're going to get game loaded up for you right now. So stay tuned and we'll be right back. Big Panda back in the house here, ready to bring you some more action here for Group B. We're going into Game 2 for Group B. Remember, there's 4 games in total for this group, which means this is the second of the 4, but you don't have to wait long. We're diving straight back into the action, as you can see right here on the screen. And the players are diving on into this one. Of course, we got a good split up here across the map. Not too much contestation in one location, which is a good turn of events here, except right here, which, as expected, will always be a little more hectic. But no, Fear Slow was too slow at picking up those weapons, and unfortunately gets pickaxe and goes down.
Yeah, of course, as you say that, we have the most players that have landed at Grim Gate in one game. But like, that's how it's been all day, is 1, maybe 2 teams have landed here. We haven't really seen much. Now seeing a lot of teams decide, all right, it's time. We have Mr. Toe and Poe. We got Famous Jelly. We got Dom. We got Adam. A lot of teams deciding to land here. They want to see what the hype's all about at Grim Gate. Maybe watch the video, saw how good Peterbot was. Who knows? Either way, it is the best spot on the map at the moment. Oh, little PC there on Dom. He's got nowhere to back out safely. Now is going to back on out of there. Techno's up above looking down. First time we're really seeing Techno today. They're just going to hang out in the corner. Psych Ward Gamer also hanging out around a corner, trying to see what they can make happen.
Oh, big shot going through here for Term. Scissor now gonna have to play alongside his teammate. They got one. That's a good good situation for them. I got locked in there for a second to just the incredible gameplay we get to watch. Sometimes you just have to take a moment and embrace it. Bask in what is some of the strongest gameplay you can ask for here in North Carolina.
Oh, we almost got him.
I know.
That was almost put in the Taj, but nonetheless, he'll clean it up right here.
Oh, the disrespect.
I think that was out of necessity. He was out of shotgun ammo. He was out of SMG ammo. I genuinely believe that was because he had nothing left.
He could have built backed up real quick and then potentially made a play.
Could have, but he knew how weak the opponent was.
Yeah, but it was almost at his demise. You saw how big that shotgun shot was. Now, though, we get to see the train play. Wait, is Scissor just full separated from his team? Either way, he just picked up a quick one there, a quick knock, and oh,
ace.
Yeah, we were talking about headshot snipes not getting to see as many earlier. Yeah, that's changing here in Group B. They're just showing up in a big fashion.
Now see what Delicate and RK are about. Actually, they're going to take down Fade. Now it's all up to Cart to make it happen. Only thing he's going to make is a little bit of a new lobby screen. We got everyone's favorite Green FN. Somewhat how hanging on by a thread. His teammates down. What can Green FN make happen? He's only got a couple of builds left.
The devastation in this room can be felt as Green FN has been sent back to the lobby, and our producer weeps tears. But now, Astro, Million Arc, going to go ahead and potentially play for the medallion. You see, the smart play, for those at home that don't know, is you want to start the fight as quickly as possible and attract people over, and then bait them into fighting around the champion here at the location. That's what you want to do. And of course, if you can take out the boss, great, and get the medallion, get out of there, cool. But you also get to take advantage of these players thinking that you are amidst a fight of this magnitude with this NPC, and ultimately you take them out when they are not paying attention and least expect it.
The old Kiriachi strat. Just shoot your guns up in the air, pretending that you're fighting a team so that players think you're in an engagement. Genuinely something that has been done in the past, and actually to some success too. It's not just something that was completely random. Astro here needs to figure this out. Pepino, a lot of damage dealt back there. Pepino, a lot of damage again, but no, just narrowly hangs on, able to win that fight. We're seeing fights all over the place today. This lobby's getting active. Nacreous Frog. Trying to figure this out. A little bit of an engagement with his teammate. Couldn't make the edit work, so he just decides, all right, I'll just run through and break this.
Good play there. On the back foot, though, is Nacreous Frog 420. Going to have to heal up here for just another moment. It looks like we're going to get some interesting coverage here. And look at that live shot. Wow. That is one talented drone observer. As this fight continues on, though, you see Mr. Frog 420 himself. They're doing laps, leaping and bounding across the builds, hoping to potentially find that missing unit down below. While we know they're there, this team still not quite sure what is going on. So now here it is. They get into the box. Big shots come through, and that's going to be a quick knock there for them, but not without a little pressure coming in from the outside. That's going to be the teammate trying to secure at least a knock to protect his teammate, but no, unfortunately, just not going to work out as Tickler now and Jolly going to be fighting airbenders. Yes, you heard it here, folks. Tickler goes for the shot, almost gets it, but Jolly actually collects a knock. Another player just going and diving into the box. Tickler now having to build up here, create some separation. Could be a big fight here as 2v1 versus Tickler. Tickler's going to go down. Jolly left down as a solo player, looking to find one. Doesn't find it, but no, the other one finds him instead. Now this fight continues on. Jolly is 1 HP in a dream. He needs a big game here if he wants the chance at the finals lobby. So he's going to go ahead, disengage, and fight for another day.
It does look like he's going to wind up getting chased. The Olive is chasing him. He wants all the sauce. Jolly may be running, but I don't think it matters because all is just going to keep going. Oh, but the snipes come through. That's actually just a regular AR with the sniper scope on it. Jolly going to pop the banana. Now he's kind of leveled the playing field. Although this little pause has allowed Ov's teammate to be able to come back. And now VASForce right on Jolly. They're getting closed in. Jolly's going to stay 100 HP, especially while he still has that banana, but I don't think he's going to have time for much else. Needs a shot to get the defense off. He's getting shot. He's getting bled through the walls. There's some damage, but not going to be enough to take anybody out, and Oz winds up winning that fight.
Here we go, though. Olaf alongside VASForce do find themselves some early eliminations. 6 elims on the board by Zone 3 is no easy feat. So this is going to be a team we have to watch closely. As the game continues on, we could see a new champion crowned, but Blaze Game here in the lobby, unfortunately not carrying the fire bending technique, actually carrying water bending. I feel like that's sacrilegious to the name.
Got no respect. No respect for his own name. You can't carry water bending when your name's Blaze. That's just how it works.
Exactly.
Vicious Pastel, though, gonna carry the air bending. Frog, gonna be carrying some fall damage. Tried to use the air bending as he walked on out of there, but not able to pop it out in time. And now his teammate will be left alone. Billie Eilish up on high ground. Cranking gets cones. Not able to hold the high ground. Oh, nice little move there. The delay unfortunately costs them the ability to get that shotgun shot off. Has to watch your back. Oh, shot comes through again. But it's Billie Eilish that's connecting most of the damage. Not really taking much back. Throwing down some chugs. Putting themselves in a good spot. It's VASForce. It's Olive now in a position. VASForce goes up, tries to make a play. Lots of whiffs there by Billie Eilish. Oh, but the shotgun shot follows up. That's a big one. Yeah, and all this chaos has kind of turned into like, what the heck's going on? We're going way too far up.
Man, this game has just been a whirlwind of emotion as B Brexy picks up the full elimination on to VASForce. That's one of our top players here in this one, finding themselves down and out here just south of Restored Reels. But if I'm being honest, that's the price to pay when you're too aggressive and make mistakes in those fighting situations. You got to know when to disengage or when maybe the fight is out of your depth, and it's just one of those examples right there. But fortunately for VASForce, his teammate is still alive and well in this one, at least for now. So that's not necessarily the end of the game, or the end of the story rather, in game number 2 for them. But we wait and we patiently observe as we find the next level of action here. And here it is, Scissor and Terms, as expected, just absolutely rolling through these players.
As expected. They dropped, what, 22 last game? I think at this point. They have 10 already. 35 players still up, so really good shot for them to continue this. And I like what they've done. We saw how many players landing Grim Gate, so instead of them going Grim Gate, they land on the outskirts, get solid loot, and then walk on over there to try and win a fight or third party them while a fight's happening. Yeah, and it's worked pretty well. They've been successful at it time and time again. Trashy Maker putting in some work, getting a couple of elims there. Looks like Kaizlock is going to take out Olive. And now Kaizlock Tokyo looking to fight Terms. Is it going to happen? Can they finally make this? We've seen these two go head-to-head several times throughout the weekend. Two of our top contenders here for the entire tournament.
Yeah, you love to see the way that this fight is playing out here. Tokyo and Kaizlock doing what they can here to survive. And we love the skins. We love the outfits. We love the collaboration. And, of course, the chemistry between these two. But they need a big game. They've been finding themselves in the end game off and on. So with the lack of consistency, it's hard to say if they're going to make it into the finals. But this game could be the breaking point for them. But, of course, they are going up against the challengers, the top team, the top duo of this lobby. It is, of course, Term and Scissor. So if they have anything to say about it, they're going to send them back early.
And this fight has continued. Scissors is able to take out Tokyo. Kaizlock has nothing left to his name, so he's forced just to sit behind a cone. This will work for the moment. I don't know long-term that this is really the strategy that's going to work out for you. Pretty much all he's doing is hoping. These players run past him, don't see him. He's wearing a bright green skin that's going to be kind of difficult, and down he goes. Terms picks that one up. We're at 12. And now these two continue their aggression. They've taken out pretty much all the players since we've last checked in on them, and I'd expect way more from this team as we continue. The only ones that can stop them are going to be themselves.
You know who else could stop them?
Everyone else in the lobby.
Cam and Ankles in the finals, because that's where we're probably going to see this team here competing head-to-head against some of the best and brightest, again, of North Carolina here for the high school students. Again, this is just one of many titles supported by VESL. If you don't know and are a fan of esports, make sure to get involved here. It's VESL GG, VESL.gg as the website, and of course, VESL GG on all socials. Lots of great opportunities here for the North Carolina high school students. It's only going to continue to grow more and more. So you want to get involved here while we're still in the early stages of all of this. And realistically, it's only going to get better. And I'm telling you this now because I got a sneak peek at the what's cooking for states and even what's potentially coming in the fall. And you guys are not going to want to miss any of it. Get involved. And for those listening at home, don't forget to join us at the state championships in May. Stay close to socials. More information on the way on that front. So stay tuned there. But also stay tuned to Scissor, as him and Terms can't seem to slow down their aggression here for a moment, which is a tough thing for the remainder of the lobby.
Yeah, that's right. They'll probably pick up another one. Looks like they have found a solo. There he is, Deltas. But you're right, Bandit. You don't want to miss out on something like this. Before you know it, you'll graduate high school. You don't want to look back being like, you know, I wish I at least tried this. That's all it is hopefully you get a chance to try, participate in your favorite game, and you know, if they don't have it, maybe send somebody over a VESL like, hey, I like this game. You guys plan on adding this anytime soon? It may or may not happen, but it's worth a shot. If you enjoy the games, you enjoy gaming, might as well try and see his Terms trying to chase him down. Putting some big damage on, holding Brexy on the edge of zone. And Brexy's going to be forced to go up. We've seen Brexy get a couple of elims thus far, but Terms and Scissors are not like everybody else. They're one of the more aggressive duos that will cause you a lot of problems. And if the sniper gets reloaded in time, which it doesn't, Terms is about to take somebody's head off. Luckily for them. Well, I was going to say luckily for Toxic. Wasn't reloaded, but Scissor decided it's my time. I have a sniper too. Misses the headshot on his teammate. Now it looks like Auzda. It's going to be one of those players in the sights of this team, and that's not where you want to be.
No, it is not, as that is going to be Scissor picking up an 8th elimination. Terms picking up a 7th. Big plays coming out here for this team as they continue on their tear through this lobby. Folks, we're only in zone 6, and this team is in the double digits as far as eliminations go. If this continues at this rate, honestly, we could see Cam's record of 33 eliminations broken.
Yeah. They're really the only ones taking people out at the moment. Everyone else kind of playing pretty passively.
Effective is the strategy. Slow and steady. For some, maybe what is best, but when you have teams knocking on your door and presenting themselves in an aggressive way, you kind of have to force yourself to take the fight, and that's what we're seeing here from some of the teams in the lobby. But for Delicate and RK, they're just trying to move along. They understand the value of the placement points, and so it's keeping them together somewhat. And oh my gosh, take the sniper out of this guy's hands. VESL, admin team, can you go ahead and remove the sniper from Scissor's inventory and tell him he's not allowed to have it? Because what am I watching?
Hitting a lot of shots. Seems like that's all that is. We're up to 17 at the moment. This is now Scissors' watch. Scissors just trying to make it into Storm. I say that he's trying to make it into Storm while punishing everybody in front of him. Gonna pop this med kit on his way in. Terms is right in front of him.
Oh boy. Here it is. Pawato going head to head against Term. Term going to go ahead and dive in, and Pawato is completely out. That's a tough go for Pawato as Terms just continues to find success in this one. 21 eliminations, 19 total players left in this lobby. Honestly, anything goes at this point, especially as not too many other teams are as aggressive as them. But we get a reoccurring appearance from Mailbox.
Ding dong.
Who's there?
Mailbox. What is this? Someone completely built a massive house.
You know, sometimes we got to go back to the core of where Fortnite really started. And you were supposed to build those wonderful, beautiful homes and bases and then fight it out.
Do you see the trend that now players are trying to speed run building the name like Reet and Booga?
I did see that. Shout out Rich Homie Quinn on the timeline, as he was the one I saw spelling out Reet in like 2.5 seconds.
It's a very strange trend, I won't lie. Headshot. Oh. Was open, you know?
If that happened, I think I would have walked away.
All right, do it. So Panel walks away. I guess it's too late now.
Yeah.
Run it back. Run it back.
Run it back. Shockwave back up. Interesting strategy here from the other team. It looks like they have been separated, which is exactly what Term wanted. As now it's Alex goes down. Term going to go ahead and clean that one up. I believe the other one is still there. Nope. Scissor was able to claim that second elimination for the team. So it's going to be a huge win here. It is 23 eliminations in total for this team, and make that, oh, I was going to say make that 24, but just slightly off on that snipe.
Not able to hit him just yet. Brexy's hanging out, absolutely stacked. If anyone even breathes in Brexy's direction, it's all over.
Billie Eilish struggling in this one. As I holding on as a solo, but Scissor now.
Oh,
The superstars of the lobby actually going down. Term is going to be knocked here. Scissor now having to fight as a solo player. It is going to be Trashy Maker and Renzo with a little bit of disrespect as they are excited to see that they have taken out one of the top dogs in the lobby.
it's a big change of events. Eventually, you wind up getting humbled, right? You keep making aggressive plays, don't make the right play every single time. It'll humble you when you wind up going down. And that was a beautiful box there by Renzo and Trashy. Nice big play. Get the elim. Now they got to focus on this rotate. But it is going to fall right back to them, so that's super favorable. And these two are looking really good overall.
Wow. Taking down the top team is one thing, but now setting yourself up for a potential win is a whole nother ball game. So big plays there coming out there for them. But now we're back over to Wills and Sean, who together have 2 total eliminations, which isn't a ton of points on the Elam side, but knowing how well they played yesterday, as I say that, unfortunately, Sean does go down. I was going to give him a nice little shout, but unfortunately, this looks like it's turned into a tough situation. Definition of a caster curse, per se.
Doesn't happen to every player, though. You've talked about how good Saturn is and how he participated in the most recent VESL video on YouTube, if you want to go check it out. Now we see RB and Saturn rotating through this zone. We haven't seen much of it, but these two are tarping. If you guys are new to Fortnite, that's pretty much just building a tunnel, safely getting you through these zones. And now it looks like after getting that elim on to Tharms, Trashy and Renzo looking to claim this game all to themselves.
It's going to be a good finish here for them. Again, the confidence shooting through the roof after taking out Scissor's teammate, and now they hold down the high ground here and just continue on as I was about to say they're going a little too far down, but now I see what the play was, going for the reinforcement. But Scissor now struggling to stay alive. One shot could actually turn it here, and you see Trashy Maker focused in, honed in on trying to make that a reality. Unfortunately, though, not going to be the case, as now they're in a rough spot here in zone 10. Not a lot of material to work with. They need to be careful. But for teams like RB and Saturn, they just keep playing their game. They should be able to do enough, at least for one of those top 3 finishes, as we only have 3 teams remaining in this one.
Yeah, we got 2 duos and a solo. This is the duo on low ground. Then we see Xavier right in front of them. The pressure from high ground seems relentless. Renzo and Trashy just constantly putting it down. We know they're running low on materials, though. They're going to be able to pick up Xavier. Now we have a final 2v2. It's the classic. We haven't seen it yet today, but the high ground versus the low ground. High ground definitely has a huge advantage here as we are going towards the mountain. If it pulls up that, it could be over. But we're going to see a fight here. It looks like a good fight from the low ground team. Saturn's putting on the pressure. Trashy's taking a lot of damage.
Wow.
He's going to go down. Renzo has to make it happen. One shot there onto RB. Able to get the final shot. He needs one more there onto Saturn. That's going to be enough. That's 2 for the dub.
What a game there for Renzo and Trashy Maker. We thought for sure, right, that Thrill and his teammate Scissor were just going to walk away with it. And then all of a sudden, Thrill goes down. And from that moment on, it was the Trashy Maker show. And I tell you what, him and Renzo deserve that win.
Yeah, they clutched it up. They did all the hard work. Took out the beast in the lobby, at least half of them. And then made it a little easier for themselves to be able to push through and get themselves that dub. That was a tough game, but nonetheless, games like that prove why you deserve to play in the championship tomorrow.
Well, guess what? Remember, the championship finals are tomorrow, but we got 2 more games coming your way today. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with the next game. It's time, folks. We are here for the third game on Group B. That means only one game remains after this, but you don't have to wait for the action. No, we got the action charged, loaded, ready to go for you guys, and we will get into that game just momentarily, and I can't wait. This one has definitely been a different pace to the first group that we saw.
Different vibe,
A little bit slower, a little bit more thought out, not so much aggression. And the one team that did have over aggression ended up getting taken out. So it shows that there's some heavy hitters and big thinkers in Group B. But we will see how that plays out for them as we dive into this game. Burp, burp.
And after everyone landed Grimgate last game, no one landed Grimgate this game.
You got to love the change. The adaptability from the team.
You know, just play mind games. Like, I may land there next game. You never know. I may land there this game still, just super late. Looks like JD isn't dead. He's close. And his teammate clutches up. Kyojisa. AFM. What a play. Dominating. Dominance.
Could be that. I do agree. But likely what we are to see next is Psych Ward Gamer going potentially head-to-head against He Loves Toxic. I mean, the AWD, AWF, D56 actually could potentially take this one, but as I say that, unfortunately throws the cluster clingers and hits himself. That's going to be an unfortunate in there. I'm actually getting reports from production that that's the second time that has happened. So unfortunately, they are going to be taking the brunt of that pain. But Psych Ward Gamer now diving into the other side here, potentially looking for that final teammate. Knows his buddy is right here, but realizes another one can't be too far in the distance.
The glare on that cape is just phenomenal. Just such a well-designed cape. Oh, Keegan. Orc Rye, only on Kick. You can find him at kick.com/orcry. I don't know if that's true or not. It might be.
What if it's bait and he's on Twitch?
It's poor branding.
Ooh, this is going to be big. Orcry takes out Psych Ward Gamer, leaving his teammate to try and clutch this one up. But wait, is Techno going for the res? No, he is down here. Okay. He is down on the low ground. I believe just playing the slow game, maybe a little less confident in his ability to take this fight. Orcry is a very talented player, though Techno has his strengths as well. Interesting.
What a play.
Good save there.
Using the bubble.
Mm-hmm.
He's perfectly safe in there. No one can touch him. Now just waiting for the bubble to pop. Boom, headshot. Double kill.
Double elimination.
Well, it was the guy from Halo.
I wonder, hold on. I wonder how close we can get to sounding like that guy.
I played a lot of Halo back in my day, so.
Double elimination. Triple elimination.
Elimination spree. Slayer.
Slayer.
It'd be kind of cool if you added those to Fortnite. I'm sure there is a map similar to that.
Yeah. If not, we should make one.
Yeah, for real.
But now the focus is on. It's Renzo. It's Trashy Maker. Our champs from the last game battling it out here in the early parts of this one. Not surprising, as they are one of the more aggressive teams, but Trashy Maker now taking a ton of damage. Now going to have to play on the back foot as Renzo has to pick up the slack because his teammate is unfortunately going to have to be healing up here. It's going to take a lot of time from this fight, so Renzo just going to opt to get away from this one, as Trashy Maker also opting to just rotate on, and fortunately for them, they are going to be able to live this one out. But oh no, Trashy Maker You don't do it, buddy. Go the other way. It's not going to look good for you as the shots rain in. It is Green FN Prodigies in Production's favorite player in the map. It was almost an easy elimination for him, but as I say that, the snipe mid-air takes out Trashy Maker, leaving Renzo, our Game 2 champion, as a solo.
Green FN's only seeing red at that time, hitting the shots. Now it's a matter of how long does Renzo have to sit here. He can't move, can't make a noise, because otherwise Green and Valcox going to be able to find him. We'll come back, see if we can get some Trashy Maker back in the game eventually. Now we're going to the absolute, I guess not absolute opposite side, but southern half of the map. George Pickens rocking a little outfit. Watson, Maine. Probably forgot you can't pick characters in this game. But now just walking on out of here. And we haven't seen Kaislock in a while. Needs to take a wall. If he does, he'll get the elim. There it is. Bang. Headshot. Kaislock able to get a little bit of some action there. Looks like Fade's getting active. Tarm's getting active. Cart getting some elims. So there's several teams grabbing these elims all over the map, and it looks like Kaislock is going to be one of those.
Unnoted now, playing alongside Red Light Runner. Going to be running towards a potential elimination to add to the board for them, as this player does not have much left in him, and sure enough, they are going to go down. Unnoted going to be able to pick that up, and that's Lucidity Dream, which we haven't seen since yesterday, so good to see them. Unfortunate circumstance to see them in. Nevertheless, they are still in this one. So is Arkwry, who you see there in the feed, was able to pick up one, but as I say, that goes down to Fade, and there it is. Jolly also picking up 2 eliminations to Astra Vibes, and in 2 zones, this team has now picked up 7 eliminations, and then dramatically ends to Vaz Force.
It's a key or be keyed kind of world, and that's what's going on here for Vaz Force, and all now just trying to figure out where all this loot was and seeing if there's anyone left alive. They joined this fight kind of late, so plundering the leftovers. We got the NFL dude. He's feeling good this weekend. Getting a taste of the NFL being back. Although it's not fully back. Just as close as it can be for it not actually being back.
What do you think the NFL dude's favorite team is?
If he's from North Carolina. I was going to say the Panthers. But I also, yeah, who knows?
You know, I to this day, I have yet to meet a Carolina Panthers fan in person.
They don't exist.
But shout out Carolina Panthers for helping bring this to life here alongside VESL. We're only kidding. We know tons of Carolina Panther fans, and that's us here at VESL. Huge fans of the Carolina Panthers, alongside the full stadiums that we see over there in that area. But now, NFL dude, going to be pushing forward. You know, honestly, I believe they actually outperformed the Cleveland Browns in attendance the last several years. That just shows you how strong the Carolina Panthers fan group is in comparison to those in Ohio.
I will not participate in this lie. Anyway, Panthers have been doing pretty well overall as an organization. Just not within the past couple of years. It's a rebuilding couple of years. Been to a game or two myself. It's a good stadium to go watch a game in. Watch both college and NFL games in. But I don't know. I know a lot of people, and I wouldn't say the majority of people I know from North Carolina are Carolina Panthers fans. but you know, sampling bias. That's just who I know. Back in the Jake Delhomme days, that was a good one. Sure, we can reminisce. Jake Delhomme, D'Angelo Williams. I want to say Maurice Jones-Drew, but that's the Jaguars.
The acknowledgement is good.
Julius Peppers was a Panther.
There you go.
Probably one of the greatest Panthers of all time.
Very true.
Deltas 7. Popping a big pot. About to get keyed by Scissor and Tarms. Scissor and Tarms putting in the pressure. Now Delta's going to help his teammate. Pressure coming in from both sides. Down goes Brexy. Delta's about to get bopped by these two. They're going to close these gaps. And unfortunately for him, you will quickly run out of space, my friends. We've seen this too many times. I respect it. Put in a valiant effort, but I know how this one goes.
Unfortunate there for Deltas, but Torms, Scissor.
Tarms.
This team
Tarms.
is just unbearably aggressive.
What if it's Texerms?
I would say that if we were in Texas, but we're in North Carolina, the home of VESL GG and the most wonderful esports organization, bringing you the best action here. If you want to get involved, make sure to go to vesl.gg, register now, get involved if you are a North Carolina high school student. Lots of great stuff coming for the future of VESL. So make sure to follow along. But the Green fans rise as Green FN picks up another elim. 3 strong elims on the day. And Green continues on.
Falcox is clipping that. Talking to his chat. You guys see that? Yeah, we did that. We did that. That's right. Now, we'll see what's going on. You know what? Let's just take a break. Everyone, put your feet up. Let's take a break with Green and Valcox. Mailbox taken out.
I just wanted to confirm Valcox does have a YouTube channel. Last uploaded 3 months ago.
Nice. Do you know it's actually a federal offense to take out a mailbox?
Really?
Yeah.
All right, we'll send Scissor and Torms to prison because they just took out Mailbox and sent them right back to the lobby.
Uh-oh. Green is down.
It's all John's fault.
It's all Ogre.
There it is. Green going to go down there. That is a tough way to go. Shout out Risk for that comment downstairs. As Trashy Maker and Renzo doing what they can.
Take the big pots. Thank you.
He listened.
Yeah, dude. I had to say it loud enough so you could hear me. That was going to bother me. I could understand if it was only one, but, like, it's 2. Now we see all of absolutely getting pieced up. Oh, gets some shots off. Almost gets the Elim back there on the Tims, Texerms. Scissor doing a good job there, though, following up with his teammate. And it doesn't matter how much damage Texerms takes. Scissor's right there.
This finals lobby is going to shape up to be a fantastic one tomorrow. But for now, we got to crown the final few who will walk away getting a chance to compete for their share of $6,000. That's USD, folks, here in North Carolina. But now we got a lot on the line. doing what we can here, folks.
Love it. Vaz Force. Experience. Force. Vaz.
Very aggressive game one. And then the other two games, unfortunately, has slowed down. But now Scissor getting involved here with the NFL dude.
Chop, 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 chop. No. He's going for the clip. You could have gotten the chop and gotten all these kids.
Let's see if he can hit the clip, though. He builds up to the top. Edit.
Nope.
He misses one. Unfortunately, throws the clip. He needs to reset. He's going to go ahead and hit the Flowberry Fizz, hit the reset button on his OBS clip, and then potentially start again. We see the mantle up now. Straight into the box is what he's trying to do there for NFL Dude. Gets full control of the area. NFL Dude drops and slips away for another moment. This fight continues on. But now Mitty is taken out here, leaving NFL Dude as a solo player. But don't worry. Kai's Lock & Co., they're having fun for the rest of the lobby as they are not in the sights of Scissor and Torms.
That's all that really matters. As long as you're having fun, you're having a good time. Because long after the money is gone, the memories won't fade. Playing games with your friends is what's most important, and having a good time. That's what we're about here at VESL GG. And now Scissor about to jump here on unnoted.
Wait just a moment here. Scissor keying yet again. The focus is unrelentless from this team. But to be honest, today they have not won a game. They've been a little too aggressive and have gone down each time. And if they're not careful, this could happen again.
It could. And just as you say that, Texturns goes down. But no, Scissor's able to get an elim there. Gets the knock and the finish on to unnoted. Now, can he get the finish on? Oh, big shot! Scissors gets taken out! Red light, green light, he says. And he's out.
And here it is, the nice little live shot of what is happening next as we switch our focus over to Kai's Lock and Tokyo. I want to say the funnest duo we've tuned in with. They always seem to be doing something interesting, exciting. This is one of those moments not necessarily doing as much exciting stuff.
This is the best.
But they have been jumping around. We've seen them dancing on motorcycles. You name it, they've probably done it. But for now, they slow down a bit.
They're hunting their prey.
Oh, you know what? That's a good sign. Let's be quiet and allow for them to really dive into this game.
Okay, that was kind of sick by Vaz Force, though.
Low key, that was great. Great gameplay as he tries to get his teammate Ufalopagus back into this one. But Tokyo looks to be pushing in.
Yeah, do you know Tokyo is tall for real?
You know, I don't know, but Tokyo was in the VESL GG Kim Beans video.
Is he tall?
He was not visually in it, but he played in it.
See, now we cannot confirm nor deny if he is tall. It's an important factor when it comes to determining whether his name is truthful. What is true is Olaf gets back in the zone.
You know what? I think this is Olaf Jake Paul. So maybe a Jake Paul fan?
And he likes watching Frozen and a fan of Olaf.
A fan of Frozen and Jake Paul. Could be a good combo.
I like to read it as Olaf. Boom, headshot.
Big play from Vaz Force. You love to see the turnaround of events. And bringing in those moments, it adds that extra layer to it with the silence, you know. so much good stuff. VESL Force does have some solid branding here, SPG. Some of the better that we've seen in these lobbies. Maybe I look into VESL GG, how to build a career in gaming courses. That could be something cool for the high school community.
That is. I got a pitch deck. Not a pitch deck, but a deck about that if you need it.
All right, we'll definitely have to have a conversation. After this incredible gameplay we get to watch today, unfortunately for us, it ends here shortly, but not without VESL Force diving into the box, potentially getting another elimination, but at the same time taking a lot of damage. Wait, the pre-edits unfortunately cause a bit of a scare there for them. Fortunate though that they did not take any unnecessary damage. 10 teams remain, 16 players up in this one. But Green FN, Production's choice, still in this one.
He's back. Oh, Trash Maker. The shot there on the Delicate. Not so delicate anymore. VESL Force. Gonna box up and take the tops. Quick little edit. VESL Force moves. You gotta watch out for him. Decides that's not the box I want to knock on. Does find this box.
Wow.
Oh, bop. Down you go. Player runs away. That's Delicate. Just got up. Now gets knocked again. But uh-oh. Olives is in trouble because Renzo and Trashy were right there. But no, they're going to decide, all right, we know what you did. We're going to try and steal the loot. That's all we want. Give us the loot. Give us the loot. We just want the loot.
Good plays here. Coming out of Trashy Maker. Does look like Kaislock, though, going head-to-head against VESL Force. This could be a good fight. Good edits there. Unfortunately, VESL Force does take quite a bit of damage and doesn't have a ton of material now. Is going to have to play this one a little more safe. Taking the minis, healing up. Flowberry Fizz is going to come in clutch here as well. But wow, as I say that, Kaislock with the massive shot, but not without being returned, as Ophalopagus ends up taking him out here in those final moments.
A lot of returns there, but all of them has taken it by force and now is on the high ground. Trying to decide exactly what he wants in his inventory. Trashy Maker and Renzo being a problem down here in the mid ground. Pressure coming. Olive up above being a problem now. But not enough to really turn these guys away. And here we see how our zone's starting to play out. Trashy Maker, tarp it in. We got a couple of full teams left trying to figure out who gets to survive.
Ophalopagus here. Doing what he can to get in there and make something happen. Unfortunately, not going to connect the shot there. This is tough. That's your teammate VESL Force. You look at the disparity between eliminations between the two. I would love to see a quick little no-scope exchange there from this team, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case as they start building out. But Red Light Runner gets a knock onto Trashy, but not without getting taken out in exchange. So that could be one of the top leaders down. We're not sure if they're out quite yet, but of course now the focus is on to Production John's very own Green FN. He said to me before this game that if Green FN wins, he was going to give away $100 in V-Bucks. Unfortunately, it's just not looking to be the case there. So, but shout out John for thinking about the community in that one.
Now we see Trashy Maker and Renzo trying to win back-to-back games. They are up above. They're trying to lock it down. Just throwing down shots. Renzo, can he close it out? Only 3 solos remaining. Everyone else call it 2 solos. Now it's a duo on high ground and a solo. It's NFL's dude. Is he going to get drafted? Is he going to make the play? No, he's going to get bopped and dropped and sent back to the lobby. It's a back-to-back here for Renzo and Trashy.
I mean, look at the chaos that ensued throughout that game. Despite there only being roughly 16 players in those moving zones, It came down to the wire, and so much happened. That was a chaotic game, but it's not over yet. We got one more game to close out the day for you all, so don't go anywhere. The action ends soon, and you don't want to miss it. It's time. One final game remains here for the VESL Championship qualifiers leading into the finals tomorrow. And this is the last opportunity for these players to make it in for the big prizing tomorrow. So get ready, get excited, get hyped in the chat. It's time. Let's see where the battle bus is dropping off in this one. And sure enough, it looks like we're going to be starting right now here on the island. Big plays over towards Grim Gate. Potentially maybe 3 teams land in there. That could be pretty tough start there. Fast Force, though, is going to find the weapon of choice. But no, ends up taking a lot of damage in exchange. This is not a good look there for him. But, ooh, he's able to slip away. What a play.
He's a slippery snake. But his teammate does go down. His teammate's able to get one. Oh, the double shot for the 2. Peace in the ruins.
And that's what we love from Vaz Force. He just continues to surprise us here in this lobby. But fortunate for him, he is going to have to disengage as there are still 2 other teams there. Green has gone down. I report in production. Green, your boy is down and out.
It's all over. Now, we'll have to wait till tomorrow to see more Green FN.
Maybe
Hopefully
if
we
he made
do.
it.
Yeah. Hopefully we do see him. Because otherwise, it's going to be a long day without any Green FN.
Yep, that is true. There for Green, but Renzo, Trashy Maker, superstars of the lobby, are here to finish this one strong. I do believe we could potentially see their strongest game yet here in this one, depending on how they play it out. Look at Trashy Maker, never mind, says no. It's not going to be the strongest game yet. My apologies, Trashy Maker. My bad. Trashy Maker, dance right now if you can hear us. Well, he didn't dance. I don't think he can hear us.
I don't believe so. Anyway, does get a shot there down onto the player below. That's Deltas and Brexy. Trashy gonna look to get involved. Not many mats here for these teams. They have found one of the players, trying to figure out where the other one is. Oh, finds one. There's Breezy. Brexy getting big shots dealt back onto him. That was almost like 60 damage. But no, Trashy behind you. Watch out. It's Billie Eilish taking shots. Oh, it's the Reek skin in your face. But Renzo's there. He's like, I got this, bruv. Able to get a shot off. But no, he's running low on builds. He's running out of HP. Trashy Maker's fully taken out. Can Breezy close it out? No, he can't. Renzo says, I got you, man. I put the team on my back, though. Can Renzo clutch it up and cross the plane?
Renzo needs to heal if he wants to take this, as Delta is healing up as well. One shockwave play up could be his demise, but he's actually going to go for the play on to be Breezy, aka Billy Breezy. As, wait, this is huge. Big shot from Delta. He just needs to finish it up, and that's one of our top teams out here in the beginning stages of the final game. Will Renzo and his cohort have been able to do enough? Did they finalize the spot into the finals? Well, we'll know later tonight, early tomorrow, as we get all that stuff scored, ready to go, and let you all know at home. And what I will let you know now, big games coming tomorrow for the finals. You don't want to miss it. That's where all the prizing is on the line for these incredible North Carolina high school students competing for their share of $6,000.
I'm a spoil. They did qual. I know it to be true. I've seen the future, and I know that they did. But I mean, winning 2 games, that should easily qualify you. When we're playing 6 games, you win a third of them. Easy cheesy, being Breezy. But now, it's Tokyo versus Texerms. Tarms, Taxes. Kylock's coming in to help his teammate. They're looking to close out this fight. But Scissor and Tex Arms, Taxes trying to close this one out as well. Fights stalled. Both players, both teams trying to figure out what the heck's going on. We have a Vaz Force and Ulf up above. Now getting pressure on, and this is a problem for all these guys. These are some of our top teams staring face to face.
Yeah, it's interesting to see who's going to walk away from this fight. Remember, it was, of course, Terms and his teammate and Scissors. They did go down a little bit earlier last game, not anticipating that performance from them, but they're looking to make a comeback here in this one as Ophilopagus and Vaz Force fighting from edge to edge, zone to zone. They know they need some big plays here, some significant damage to make the risk worth it. But if this fight takes too long, looks like we got some other players trailing not too far away.
These kind of slow fights just bleed all these players of mats, bleed them of heals, run slow. It could be all over for Scissor here. One of our top teams going down early. Scissor has lost it. Olaf trying to figure it out. End this player right away. Gotta take the shot. Go for the finish. Get you some mats. Oh, he's letting them know. He's letting them know. Oh, and Texas goes out. Vaz Force takes them down. Our top team of Taxes and Scissor are out. Vaz Force and all of have come in so strong today.
Unnoted, though, has found some success in his play today alongside Red Light Runner. They've been doing what they can. I respect the energy and I respect the hustle from this team, but nevertheless, they continue on. Hopefully this fight continues to ensue and we find some success here, as unfortunately our boy Saturn on YouTube has gone down. It's all up to RB Gives You Wings, as he does get an elimination onto Mailbox somehow. Nonetheless, though, it is going to be a slow finish here as a solo.
Definitely going to be tough to play this out all alone, but he seems comfortable. Just kind of bouncing along, floating. Vaz Force now getting involved in some of these fights. That's Tokyo. That's Kylox. We've seen these teams face to face earlier, but now the fight's about to happen. Vaz Force and all of trying to figure this out, trying to get on the walls. Big shot there onto Tokyo. We were seeing some great play, almost like a new player out of all of trying to close out these fights.
Yeah, you see him continually pushing here, despite Kaislok having a bit of a mobility advantage. He wants to connect those final few shots. Unfortunately, not going to be able to do it, though, as Kaislok continues to slip away. But Vaz Force now, with a little bit upgraded movement, is going to be able to connect. And that's going to be Tokyo here on the receiving end. If he's not careful, it is all up to Vaz Force. Does get some shots off, a few more land, and it is all over.
Now Tokyo's going to go into the building. They're going to be forced to try and find these players inside. Vaz Force looking, searching. Trying to do this without putting himself in harm's way. He knows the players above him. He finds Tokyo now. Tokyo gets some damage off. That'll turn Vaz Force aside. Force him to slow this down. Some great play by Tokyo defensively. Now Vaz Force's teammates here to assist, but also Tokyo's is as well. A little bit of 2v2 action continues.
This is going to be rough there. Big shot comes in through for Tokyo, but not enough to turn the fight. Does appear this fight's going to continue to slow down. Unfortunate, as Kaislok and Tokyo do have, in my opinion, a pretty significant advantage with the shotgun, the medallion, and stuff in hand, but they're just not willing to aggress too much onto this team.
It's understandable. Maybe they feel comfortable in these slower fights, but as I say that, Tokyo gets taken out. Vaz Force is going to get chased. This is almost an impossible chase, though, here for Vaz Force against a player that has that medallion. You know you're not going to be able to get him. Yeah, he turns around.
It would have been a lot of wasted resources there. So they're just going to go back, take care of business, get that full elimination on Tokyo, and then continue their game. Nevertheless, though, if they hang out here long enough, they may be able to catch Kaislock on the return, trying to get his card.
Yeah, I wonder if they will try and camp the card. They're right next to a bunker, so if that bunker's open, looks like they're gonna go play for the forecast tower. So they have plenty to do while they just kind of sit in the same area. Pastel now here on this north side of the map, looking around, has a couple of teams nearby. His teammates behind him. Looks like none of these teams really want to play too aggressive. Guess this northern side of the map's a little more passive, not wanting to get involved in any fights.
Fair play to them. I wouldn't want to either. Oh, here it is. I was waiting for the snipe, but no, Pastel's going to fall down the hill and unfortunately fall out of sight there. But he is going to use the airbending to go ahead and make a move. One shot is all it takes, and a wall gets built, and Pastel now receiving end of the damage. And that's what happens when you wait too long to take the shot. You just end up becoming the one getting shot in the end.
Yeah, Frog and Pastel just gonna walk on out of here. They don't want to get involved in this fight, using all of their movement items to get on out of here. Now we're checking in with another fight. This is Desolation. They're going against Midi and NFL Dude. NFL Dude had a solid solo clutch in the previous game. And not to say that Midi went down early, as he stayed for most of the game. But you know, you gotta respect the solo plays, just like what we saw from NFL Dude last game.
Desolation, though, alongside Electronic 1250, have a unique position in this fight. If they can drop here quick and make something happen, could be worth it. But nope, the disengage comes through because they got a little ways to rotate. Midi might take some shots down the distance, but we'll switch on over and focus on Cart and Fade, who have had in and out successful games. I feel like sometimes we're talking about them nonstop, and then other times, unfortunately, they're just going down. But this could be a good final game for them. I think there's a good chance we'll see this team here tomorrow, but it has been a tight race amongst the two groups, so we'll have to wait to finalize that until the morning. But for now, Fade and Cart are looking for their next attack. But Desolation, we haven't been able to spend any time on Desolation, so it's good to see them here getting some showcasing from the broadcast. It looks like lots of stuff going on here in the feed. The Desolation, though, playing this one slow, just trying to survive here until the next round.
It is that slow phase of the game. Teams just kind of farming up, looking for some extra heals, some better weapons along the way. Barrel jumping, looking for a fight here. But now actually turns away, decides this isn't the fight for him. Doesn't matter. Orcry decides he wanted the fight regardless. Looks like Orcry is going to play by himself this game. Should be fairly healthy.
I mean, Orcry is a talented solo player. We saw that. Ooh, that was almost a wasted med kit there from the accidental animation, but fortunately it gives you a few second buffer to cancel before it actually charges you the tax, i.e. the med kit tax. They're going to be huge there. Actually opting, looks like, to take the half pot, potentially picking up, I believe it's a sniper, if not a DMR there on the ground. could be a good play for sure. That is the DMR, and no, actually opting for the Flowberry Fizz. I respect it. The Fizz is definitely a value to have and a value added for any team carrying on there. But Electronic now getting into the fold. Looks like lots of teams here on this side, but come on, guys. You guys got to start rotating here soon.
Doesn't look like they hear you. Looks like they want to fight. Desolation, though, gonna box up, try and slow this down. Talking to his teammate, trying to get back. See Vaz Force and all of going after. RB gives you wings. Able to get the one elim. Now looking for their second. Nice little dash into the box. That's going to clean up Saturn. That's a nice play by Vaz Force. This team really picking it up in this round.
Vaz Force, though, doing a good job here to play this one out. Alphalopagus also still in this one. 8 eliminations here. A smooth game finish here on the day. Could be exactly what you want to see in Orcry. Again, remember, a solo player in this game, so this could be a tough way to go out. Unfortunately, it does look like that's going to be the end of that run with 9 eliminations on the board. Vaz Force and Olophagus potentially may win another game. That could be huge for them, but Desolation, unfortunately, going to go out there. We tried to get them some love, but Fade and Cart ended up finding them and ultimately taking those points for themselves.
Yeah, they're cleaning up another 2 eliminations. They'll work on their rotation into zone, and hopefully Fade has something to heal himself up, because Cart has a couple of splashes. Oh, Fade's rocking all the med kits. All right. They'll be safely into this zone. Does start taking a little bit more damage at this part of the game. Nonetheless, they'll get the green water boost. Vaz Force seems to be baiting this bunker now. I don't think anyone is trying to take your bunker. You might be better off just going down there and getting the extra loot yourself. Now, Vaz Force, though, be consistently looking for anybody to key. And anybody that winds up in their sight thus far has been unsuccessful in fighting them off.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough run for the rest of the lobby, as Vaz Force and Olophagus are on a tear here. Together at last, they fight this next team, and this could be a good fight for them. It is Wills and Sean right there on the receiving end. Vaz Force dives in, takes out Sean, and Wills goes slow shortly after. Man, it's been a tough day for that team. A tough week for that team, let's be honest. But Vaz Force and Olophagus still surviving this one. But FS Money Spender and not Money Maker should have a nice spot in this fight. And as I say that, immediately takes significant damage. It looks like a body shot from a snipe, but they still stay in it. Fortunately, it was not a headshot.
Well, we've seen pretty much Scissor be the only one that's consistently hitting headshots. So luckily for Joe, don't have to deal with him. Olaf getting in the box. Needs the help of his teammate. Vaz Force needs to clean this one up. Looks like another player is going to help. That's Cart. Cart, though, about to walk in the box. No, the loose down below. That'll save Vaz Force some time. And now he needs to get his teammate healthy and up and prepared for the next fight.
That's crazy that he was able to do that.
Yeah, for real.
Cart, like, literally, Cart was right there. Didn't even take the mats.
I don't know what he's doing.
Got a nice little train shot here. As Olophagus gets ahead here. This is going to be an interesting finish. Let's have a listen in and imagine what the players are thinking in this moment.
as we leave off, clearly moving different at the moment. Little love to AWDAWFD56. Hiding on the edge of zone here. We see zone is going to pull far away from him, so he'll have to make a move. We see Cart and Elite Fade are the ones in the way of Olaf. Olaf gets some damage off, but he's going to wind up taking the brunt of that damage. Now trying to back off. Cart's getting aggressive. If he doesn't relax, though, Olaf might get some damage back, and it's actually VESL that jumps right back in. Cart says, hey, I'll deal some damage to you, too. I'm not worried about it. And these players actually wind up right next to each other once again.
Yeah, it's the nature of the game here. As Fade is down, Cart having to load up one final run here as a solo. This game is dwindling fast here for the players involved. Zone 8 means it's time to cook. Let's see who the best chef in the kitchen is on this one as they go to finish out a strong game. It is VESL up there, still alongside Ophilopagus, who also sees some other players in their sight. The aggressive nature is working out in their favor this time around. But no, as I say that, it looks like the charges are weak. VESL almost gets taken out there from a significant box, but no, it is his teammate that comes in clutch, boxes the other player, and takes one out.
We just see them. Their reign of terror on this lobby continues. Looks like Red Light Runner and Unnoted going to be able to pick that one up. They're going to have to focus, though, as next zone has just appeared. VESL does go down. That could be a problem, but his teammate's right there to help him out. A little bit of teamwork between the two. And they're in an awesome spot to continue their reign. All the heals that they could need.
Unnoted now. Red Light Runner and him playing it definitely a little bit more patient, but VESL ends up on the receiving end of a snipe there from RK. That could be a problem there if VESL doesn't have the heals to get back into it, but gonna have to play close to the vest here as RK and Delicate continue to build in and secure what is a beautiful platform for them. Big shots coming out, though. Nothing really connecting here, and that's what typically happens, right? You get one snipe that connects and then 5 to 10 snipes that miss, right? Unless you're clicks.
Then it's 3-1.
Which is just insane.
Yeah, but you got to keep firing them away. If you want to hit some snipes, you got to throw them out there. They may not hit every time, but at least if you get a couple in, you should be in a good spot. RK dangerously still trying to play on this high ground. He's going to wind up going down. It's VESL up above. They've played now the natural high ground position. This is beautiful thinking ahead. He's lost all of... Now, him and Red Light Runner right next to each other with Red Light Runner down below.
Big shot comes out there, but a big miss as well. As Unnoted and them all down on the low ground, end up slipping away. But it comes down to just a few moments left as Delicate VESL fight for the high ground. Delicate, I don't believe, has too much, but enough to take out VESL, our lobby elimination leader, and sends them packing in this final game. Can Delicate win this one out? You see him going to get to the edge here of the zone. Is going to try to maintain and control the high ground as much as possible, but doesn't have the mass to do it. Forced to drop down. Shockwave play into the air, but does look like could be the end of that road for them as Delicate gets caught up by Red Light Runner, and it is all over. That is it here, folks. All of the Fortnite action has concluded for the VESL qualifying rounds of the championship, and I could not be more thrilled with the action we were able to provide for you for these first 2 days. But it only gets better here, folks. 6 p.m. Eastern. Don't miss it. Tomorrow, we will be live yet again for the finals. The best of the best in North Carolina's high school students. We'll see you all there.